is an understatement that the Phillies are in search of a little offense. They'll rely on Michael Franco and Odubel Herrera, who's in the leadoff spot for the first time this year. Ryan Howard's batting cleanup. Andres Blanco is back to his role as the primary pinch hitter for the Phils. It's a beautiful, sunshiny evening here at Citizens Bank Park. The Phils and the Mets in Game 3 of this series. Hi, everybody. I'm Tom McCarthy, joined by Ben Davis. You know, there were some issues for the Phillies defensively and on the base paths last night, and that was one of the reasons why they fell behind early against the New York Mets. But let's face it, the Mets have been pounding one home run after another, and that's the real reason why the Phillies are looking to salvage this three-game series.
The Mets bats have really come alive, and it's basically the Phillies starting pitchers that haven't made the pitches when they needed to. Getting ahead hasn't really been a problem for the Phillies pitchers. It's putting these Mets hitters away. Conforto, 0-2 breaking ball. The pitch is up entirely too high. Cespedes, same thing, 0-2 breaking ball. These pitches need to be better and need to be down in the zone. Neil Walker gets in the act, one of 2 home runs that he hit last evening. 10 home runs in 2 games, Tom, is not going to get it done.
Neil Walker, that's his second home run right there. Got the bat head out. He actually had a chance later on in the ball game to hit a 3rd home run in the game. So here are the numbers between the Phils and the Mets so far in 5 games. The real big difference, the fact that the Mets have out-homered the Phillies 11-2. They only have the 1-game edge. The Phils are looking to even the season series here tonight. They've got to deal with Bartolo Colon, though, and now that's been problematic for the Phillies recently. They only got 1 run the last time, but that was enough. That's all they needed.
That's all they needed last time, and for whatever reason, Bartolo Colon has owned the Phillies the last couple of seasons. You know what you're going to get. You know what you're going to get, and the Phillies hitters just haven't made the adjustment to the fastball. 89.4% of the time Bartolo Colon has thrown his fastball this season. The Phillies need to gear up for it and look predominantly for that heater.
Well, the last time out, he also made this play. They were likening it to Willie Mays in a joking way and what he did in center field back in his day. But he has given the Mets everything that they've asked for since he put on that uniform, whether it be as a starter most of the time or a reliever. Jeremy Hellickson's looking to rebound from a rough start his last time out, making his 4th start of the season, and Bartolo Colon his 3rd. We'll get to the lineups and first pitch for the finale of this 3-game series when we come back. Phillies baseball is brought to you by Xfinity. Xfinity X1 will change the way you experience TV. By Toyota. Toyota's hybrid fleet is nothing short of a home run. Visit your local Toyota dealer today. By Citizens Bank. The next time you have a question about money, don't keep it to yourself. Ask a citizen. And by Independence Blue Cross. Live fearless. Learn more at IBX.com. You see in the background the Phillies taking the field. There's Jeremy Hellickson getting set to make the start here tonight against the New York Mets. And he's trying to put together tonight the same kind of start he put up against the Mets up at Citi Field. And that would be a nice bounce back from his game the other day against the Washington Nationals, where he just said, listen, he goes, sometimes you as a pitcher, you don't have the right command. He goes, and I did not have the right command that night. But he's been good for the Phillies so far here in 2016. Let's take a look at the Mets lineup. It's brought to you by Xfinity. Xfinity X1 will change the way you experience TV. Well, it's a very similar lineup for the New York Mets. Granderson, Wright, Conforto, Cespedes, Duda, and Neil Walker. And as Drupal Cabrera, Travis d'Arnaud. And the only change from last night is Bartolo Colon is now pitching instead of Logan Barrett. And they will face Jeremy Hellickson, the 29-year-old from Des Moines, Iowa, who is 1-1 with an ERA of 4.30. This will be his fourth start. His first two starts were excellent, and his last start, he just got roughed up a little bit against the Washington Nationals. 5 earned runs in 3 innings of work. So, Ben, command is a big thing for Jeremy Hellickson.
Fastball command in particular, and working ahead of these hitters. We take a look at the scouting report. Sit right about 89. Changeup being his best put-away pitch. Not too good at ERA against these Mets, but hopefully that can change this evening.
Time now for our Nissan keys to tonight's ball game.
Plain and simple. 89.4% of the time, I said in the open, Bartolo Colon will throw that fastball. So sit on the heater and don't look for anything else. If you throw something else, take it. And that's your plate. Take it back. I'd like to see some of these Mets hitters. I'm not saying go out and plunk somebody, but they need to establish the inside part of the plate, get these Mets hitters off the plate.
Phillies are trying to take game 3 of this series, so it would make it a 5-5 homestands. They were able to take 3 of 4 from the Padres. They lost 2 of 3 for the Nationals. And now trying to take game 3, which would mean the Mets would have taken 2 of 3 from the Phils. Curtis Granderson will lead things off. Granderson is 1 for 8 in this series. The one, though, was a home run, and it was a shot off the base of, well, of his face out in right center field on the big video board. Hellickson's ready to go. So is Granderson. So that means we're ready to go. And the first pitch of the night. Fastball down low, and it's 1-0. Here's the home run last night. Short swing, bam.
Good looking swing there by the Grandy man. Don't want to see that this evening.
Now, the Phillies have seen enough of the home run swings for the Mets in these first 2 games of the series. 10 home runs in the first 2 games. In fact, the Mets now have 17 home runs and 35 runs scored in the last 6 games. They're 5-1 in those 6 games. David Wright has 2 of those home runs here. Vince Velasquez, well, he gave up a couple last night. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Granderson. Tried another curveball. It's low, 2-2.
This Mets lineup has seen their share of breaking balls this series.
Well, he tried to get a fastball by him, and it will be out of play over the Mets dugout. Yeah, the count remains even. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Nice night here in Philadelphia.
Hasn't been a cloud all day, Tom.
No, it's been beautiful from start to finish. Tries a change up. It runs low, and it's 3-2.
See from the flags in center, the wind is blowing straight down tonight.
Yeah, it's a little different than last night's game. There's David Wright waiting on deck with the overshift on. The 3-2 pitch. That one's down the left field line, and it will slice over the tarp and out of play. It remains 3-2. Interesting note about the shifts, not only from a Phillies standpoint, but also around Major League Baseball. They're estimating, some of the different websites, that there will be a 70% increase in shifting this year. that more teams are buying into it. The Phillies are one of those teams who did it in past years, but will do it more here in 2016. That one's a rocket into right field. It's going to go to the wall. Borges will get to it quickly, but Granderson still has good wheels. And he'll be at second base with his third double of the year. So he wins the battle. Well, he tried every pitch to try to get him, and Granderson was fouling off a few and then was ready for this one.
He did. Tries to get inside here. The ball runs back out over the plate. Curtis rips it down the right field line for a pair.
So runner in scoring position. Granderson comes into this ball game. He's in scoring position, 42 runs away from 1,000 for his career. That's a pretty good milestone for Curtis Granderson. David Wright is the batter. And Wright waves at the first pitch. It's 0-1.
David very accustomed to driving the ball to right field. We saw that the first night, but he really wants to get Curtis to third base here.
Off balance on a high fastball. That one registered at 91 miles an hour.
A very awkward swing there by David Wright.
It's almost as if he was looking out over the plate. And that one ran up. Carlos is peeking to see if David's taking a look. Inside. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
I like that pitch right there. He can move his feet a little bit. Plus that pitch is very difficult to move to the right side.
Tried it again and just a bit in tight, according to Mike Estabrook, the home plate umpire. I think Carlos was trying to sell that one. Take a peek. It's inside, but it's a good pitch. I think we're seeing a different attempt to establish the fastball tonight for Hellickson, which is a good thing. Swing and a miss. He got him. Kept throwing it inside and finally threw the breaking ball down and away, and that's the first strikeout for Hellickson.
Real nice hook here. Very tight. Another Met goes down with another breaking ball.
Kind of an interesting grip for the curveball, where he splits his fingers a little bit along the laces and then drops it off. Conforto is 2 for 7 in this series and does have a 2-run home run that came in the first inning last night. First pitch drops in, 0-1. This is game number 6 for Conforto as the number 3 hitter. And if last night is any indication, I don't think they're going to move him from the 3-hole. He picked up a couple hits in that game, including the home run. He also had a single in his second at bat. Phillies held him in check in game 1.
We thought this Mets lineup would pretty much stay the same, with maybe the exception of David Wright not being in there. You know, with the lead that the Mets had last evening, we thought, why is David Wright still in there? But he must be, that back must be feeling okay.
But I think that's part of it, is that Terry Collins will manage it, but they also will lean on Wright for an idea of whether he needs a day off. Now they have a day off tomorrow, so that could be part of the reason. Inside, 2-1, just as the Phillies are off tomorrow. Mets will head to Atlanta tonight, and then Terry Collins' team will spend the off day in Buckhead. Find their way over to Dan Tana's or New York Prime tomorrow. You know, all the hot spots in suburbs of Atlanta. in the dirt. 3-1. It squirts away from Ruiz, who keeps it in the general area.
A change up there. Shoots a little late getting down, but smothers it just enough to keep Granderson at second base.
Almost looked like they hit the edge of the plate too.
Yeah, it's kind of scooted on him.
Today's ball game is also available in Spanish. Just use the SAP button on your television or change the language through the menu on your cable box.
See.
Ball 4. Ran a fastball outside. First walk. And that puts runners on first and second. And that'll bring Cespedes to the plate. Oh, here's Cespedes' home run last night. It turned out to be 3 unearned runs for Velasquez.
This was a rocket.
And Vince's response, he threw his head up almost immediately. How about the poor guy? The ball pinballed around out there. The poor guy got hit in the head when it went off the hands of somebody else. He's now hitting 5 straight, and you see 4 home runs and 12 runs batted in. That was an inning that Pete Mackanin alluded to in his conversation last night with the media, and he brought it up even a little bit today. There was the base running gaff by Andres Blanco in the bottom of the first inning. Then there was the error that was charged to Ryan Howard in the 3rd, and that was the inning that Cespedes hit the home run. Fastball in there, and it's 1 ball 1 strike. Pete said the base running gaff showed poor judgment. It changed the whole complexion of the game. That and the ball that wasn't caught at first base. But honestly, you know, he thought that Velasquez's outing would have been a little different if both of those had not happened. Now, that didn't stop the Mets from hitting the other 5 home runs, or I should say 4 home runs later on.
No, but what I do think it really kept the momentum on their side. You know, it kind of eliminated the momentum that the Phillies had, and the Mets took advantage of it. And that's what good ball clubs do.
Yeah, and if they had scored in the first, which is what Pete was talking about when Andres was caught between first and second, you know, maybe it's a 2-2 game or 2-1 game, and then if the ball's caught at first base, maybe it's still a 2-2 game or a 2-1 game. 1-2 pitch to Cespedes, inside, 2-2.
Another pitch inside with authority.
Chopper over to 3rd. That is a fair ball. Franco steps on the bag, fires across the diamond in time. That's a 5-3 double play. Good decision by Franco. And the side is retired. No runs, 1 hit, 1 man left. The big green thing will be in the stands in just a little bit. First, though, the Phils will get a chance to hit when we come back. Set for the start tonight against the Philadelphia Phillies, the 42-year-old from the Dominican Republic. Let's take a look at the lineup he'll face tonight for the Phillies. It's brought to you by Xfinity. Xfinity X1 will change the way you experience TV. Odubel Herrera has made his way to the leadoff spot. He's in center field. Cesar Hernandez, the second baseman, bats second. Michael Franco is at third base, hitting third. Then Ryan Howard and Carlos Ruiz. Freddie Galvis, the shortstop, bats sixth. And the bottom third of David Lowe, Jeremy Hellickson. That's right, Jeremy Hellickson, the pitcher, batting eighth, batting ninth, and playing right field, Peter Borges. Even after seeing it for the last 5 hours, I still have to do a double take at the fact that Pete Mackanin has the pitcher batting eighth. As you look at Cologne's numbers, that includes a start, Ben, against the Phils.
Very good numbers. The ageless wonder, Bartolo Colon. Take a look at the scouting report. 89.4% of the time, I said it in the open, he will throw a fastball. 3-pitch pitcher, but sit on that heater.
I was going to say, out of courtesy, is that why you had the change in the slider put in there?
Yeah. And who's batting leadoff for the Phillies tonight, Tom?
That's Odubel Herrera.
I'm not going to say I told you so, but told you so.
Pete said yesterday when he was batting second, he goes, well, I'm getting closer to moving him into the leadoff spot. 2 balls and no strikes. His numbers against Cologne are at the bottom. His on-base percentage is excellent because he has a league-leading 14 walks. 2 for 6 in this series with 2 walks. Swing and a miss. And it's 2-1. Colon at his last outing against the Indians, his former team, he went 5 1/3. He allowed 8 hits and 2 earned runs. So walk and 5 strikeouts. And he got the victory. As Herrera fouls it back to the screen, 2-2. Odubel should just bring that Manny Mota stick to it with him to the plate.
Keep it in his pocket.
He uses it an awful lot. He had 3 really awkward swings, including that one for the first out here in the bottom of the first. Cesar Hernandez is coming up. Murph, what about this different lineup that Pete Mackanin's putting it out there?
Yeah, what about it, Tom? You know, obviously you said it. You had to take a double take today when the lineup came out at around 3:30. And, of course, a lot of the questions with the assembled media today for Pete Mackanin was, why go with this kind of lineup? And he said, well, really, for a couple of reasons. First and foremost, he's really just trying to find a lineup that can help score some runs. He hasn't been able to put a combination together yet that's been able to do that. So he's going to try this one. But he said, look, you know, Herrera, as you guys have talked about, is getting on base. However, with him in the leadoff spot, he thought to himself, man, well, nice catch by David Wright there, second out. He said, I sure would like a guy behind him that maybe, you know, in front of him that could get on base and then Herrera can knock him in. So that's why he slid Borges into that spot. So you might be asking yourself, when was the last time the Phillies put a lineup out that had the pitcher batting in the 8th hole? Well, there you see it. It is back in 1979. That pitcher was Steve Carlton, but Harrelson batting 9th in that lineup. So it has been a long time. Pete Mackanin said he's never done it before as a manager, but he also said, hey, if we win tonight, I might do it again.
I asked Larry Boa, I said, why was Bud Harrelson in the starting lineup at shortstop that day? He goes, I was hurt. I said, were you on the DL? He goes, no, it was just that day I was hurt. It was Danny Ozark who was the manager, who batted Steve Carlton in the number 8 spot. Swing and a miss, 0-2. Franco 0 for 5 against Bartolo and 2 for 8 in the series against the Mets. Off the first base line, and Duda will give it a look. It's out of play. And the count holds, no balls and 2 strikes. The Lucky McDonald's Phillies home run jackpot contestant is Jim Graham of Ocean City. Phillies hit a home run in today's ball game, then Jim will win $300.
Good luck, Jim.
By the way, if back in the 70s, if anybody was going to bat in the 8th spot, they had some pretty good hitting pitchers. Carlton was a good hitting pitcher.
Yes.
Larry Christensen was a good hitting pitcher. Bo would never have batted 9th, though. No way.
Hard to believe that Larry could get hurt.
Chopper over to third, a foul ball. It wasn't a major injury, though, as he pointed out. I had forgotten that Bud Harrelson, honestly, I'd forgotten that he was even on the Phillies. And Larry said, yeah, he was their utility infielder. I'd forgotten all about that.
I do not remember that game.
How old were you? 1 ball, 2 strikes to Franco. Swing and a miss. Well, he threw something other than a fastball. Looks like he may have hurt his finger. That's what happens when you throw a slider. You get a blister. 2 strikeouts for Bartolo Colon. We'll head to the 2nd in a scoreless game here at Citizens Bank Park. Baby is texting. Tomorrow, wake up to Flyers Capitals Game 4 highlights, a recap of the Phils Mets series, and hear from Ray Dittinger on the Eagles' plans with the number 2 pick in the draft. Breakfast on Broad tomorrow morning right here on the Comcast Network. Little cutie getting a chance to enjoy a ball game here. Lucas Duda leads it off, and he takes a change up low. Swing and a miss. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Something we've seen Jeremy do since his first outing in spring training. Get himself back into counts with his off-speed pitches.
That one is looped down the left field line, and that's going to drop in for a base hit. He got it in on the hands of Duda. And Duda on his way to second will get there with a leadoff double. Second leadoff double of the game for the Mets. That wasn't a bad pitch.
It wasn't. If anything, it was just up a little bit. But Duda will take it, that's for sure. Just inside the fair line, down the left field line.
All right, now Neil Walker's the batter. Walker has that, watches that ball, jumps off the glove of Carlos Ruiz. Walker has 3 home runs. Now he's batting from the left side of the plate, so this isn't as big of a deal. But 3 home runs from the right side of the plate in 11 plate appearances so far this year. And here are both of them last night.
And they were pretty much in an identical spot. This ball was hit a lot better than the result because of the way the wind was blowing last evening. But two good swings there from the right side. I meant to talk to Kevin Long today about if he hasn't done any adjustments on Neil Walker from the right-hand side, because the numbers were so different, drastically different from lefty to righty.
Well, and you look at his numbers during his career: 3 home runs and 11 plate appearances from the right side this year. Coming into the ball game, he had 3 home runs in 640 plate appearances from the right side.
And that's why I say drastically different.
I mean, that is incredible.
Yeah.
1 ball and 1 strike to Walker. And that one is looped out to center field. It's going to drop in for a base hit. Duda had a hold. And that's going to put runners on first and third with nobody out. And Asdrubal Cabrera is going to be the batter. Walker now with 4 hits in the series.
Phils would definitely trade a run for a double play here this early in the ball game.
It does seem like every game, though, since the Padres left, the Phillies have been playing from behind.
Yeah. But I say that, and ideally you would ask them right now, yes, we would trade that, but the way the Phillies have been scoring runs, it's tough to even get down by a run.
I absolutely agree. Cabrera lofts that one to deep right field. Borges going back. He jumps. It's off the top of the wall. Or is it out? It looks like it's out. A 3-run home run and a late call by Dana DeMuth, who now signals it. And the Mets are on top 3-0. I wonder if they'll review that one. I think it may have, well, it hit something and shot up. Now, whether it went beyond the fence or in front of the rail is what we have to gauge. Neither umpire on the right side signaled anything. Take a look and watch. Yeah, that's not a home run.
That's going to be a double.
Well, it hit the guy's glove who was reaching over. It hits the fence and then bounces over. I don't think I've ever seen this before here at the ballpark. Yeah, so it hits his glove and then goes over the fence. So it's not going to be a 3-run home run. Boy, it did look weird when it went out there. And it wasn't until, well, that's a good shot right there.
Great view.
It wasn't until Borges walked away from the fence that Dana DeMuth, the crew chief at first, and that's, you know, from a mechanical standpoint, that's what we look at. We look at the umpires, and when they signal, that's when we call home run on difficult plays like that one. And Dana DeMuth took his time and then finally signaled home run. So they'll review this one. This is not a manager's challenge. This is what replay was first implemented for, was for questionable home runs. It is a boundary play.
Asdrubal is outside the dugout. He went in, but then came back out as he knows he will head to second base.
The other part of it, too, just to clean it up, is that the umpires will look to see and decide where the base runners will go. 1 run will score, and Neil Walker should just go to third base.
Yes.
Greg Gibson is to the right. Dana DeMuth is to the left. You see Dana just said okay and nodded. So they must have just informed him what they saw. He didn't see it. He was down the line, but that angle was so odd for an umpire. I don't think there's any way he could see it.
And you wouldn't think that a ball could land on this side of the fence, then shoot up and then end up outside the fence.
You would not. You're right. And the other part of it too, the fan interfering like that, that didn't really do anything. You know, Peter Borges would not have caught this. You know, so that also would dictate a ground rule double. The fan interference, because Peter, that ball was heading toward the wall and it wasn't heading out. The fan did not stop that from heading out.
Right.
So that's part of the reason why we haven't really said much about that.
I think they're just going to roll it a ground rule double because of the simple fan interference. If that ball hits the fence, you never know where that ball is going to
Very true.
Kareem off to, or Kareem off to.
There's a full process that goes in. It's looking at the overhead camera, you know, unless they do deem it an automatic ground rule double.
This is the part of the.
You would think it should be faster.
Yes.
It is true that it can be tightened up in some way, shape, or form. There are a lot of rules that sometimes have to be incorporated, but
how about just using your eyes?
Yeah, this one's pretty cut and dry, I think, anyway. All right, so here we go. All right, so 1 run scores. The other runner goes to third, and Cabrera goes to second. It's 1-0 New York, just as we expected. They're going to have to go find Neil Walker. He's coming out of the dugout now.
How about the way that ball carried?
The way the ball carried off Cabrera's bat, yeah. Well, it was twofold: how the ball carried and how the ball caromed. The fact that, as you mentioned, it hit the wall and then shot over the wall.
Yeah. This ball was in the air for a long time. I honestly thought it was just going to be a sac fly.
All right, so they do deem it fan interference, and that's why it is a double, as Ben mentioned. So now d'Arnaud, who fouls it over the first base dugout. Still nobody out here in the top of the second. Normally when it's fan interference that they see it, the umpires will put their, they'll cross their wrists with their signal. But as we mentioned, neither of the umpires, Greg Gibson or Dana DeMuth, saw that. So we get a miss, 0-2. That ball gets away from Ruiz, shoots over toward the dugout and goes down the stairs. A run is in. Cabrera stops at third. A wild pitch, and it's 2-0 Mets on top.
Chooch he gets down in a good position, but his upper body was just kind of off center to the baseball. That's why you see that ball head off into the Mets dugout.
Well, now the Phillies will play the infield in with a runner at third, 2 runs in. Ground ball to third. Franco has it, chases Cabrera back, and then throws out Travis d'Arnaud.
That was a tricky hop there. Shows you the good soft hands there by Mike Hill at third base, but that was a tricky one. This ball just kind of kicks up on him at the last minute right there. Fires it over to first base.
Bartolo waves at the first breaking ball. It's 0-1. Colon is 0 for 2 on the season. Oh, 2. Swing and a miss. Goes after a breaking pitch. Second strikeout for Hellickson. And 2 away here in the second. Back at the top of the order now for Curtis Granderson. MLB.TV Premium, the #1 live streaming sports service, delivers everything you have come to expect and more. Watch every out-of-market game live in HD on over 400 supported devices. It includes a free subscription to At-Bat Premium, the #1 app for live baseball. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Visit MLB.TV for details. Granderson takes a fastball and it's 0-1. Granderson doubled his first time up.
One thing I do like about Hellickson tonight, when he's missing off the plate and he's missing down. I don't want him to miss, but if you are going to miss, that's where I'd like you to miss.
Yeah, instead of out over the plate or inside to the left-handed hitters
Exactly.
like the other day. 2 balls, 1 strike. And it's 2-2. On the Toyota Major League scoreboard, Angels and White Sox are a final. Chris Sale was dealing today. Garrett Richards wasn't bad either for the Angels, but it was a 2-1 final score. White Sox are playing well. Todd Frazier's been a good addition for them.
Todd father.
And Curtis Granderson is hit by that pitch.
Didn't really move.
No,
to get out of the way there.
No.
He's questioning why he didn't move right now. It's almost like he wasn't expecting it to break that much. He just, you know what, I'm just going to take it. Ow. That is really off your kneecap.
Take a listen. He really didn't move. It was a breaking pitch.
That's what I mean. It's like he didn't expect it to break that much.
One ball, no strikes to David Wright. Runners on first and third. Wright struck out his first time up. A line drive to left field. Low will put it away. Side is retired. The Mets do score 2. A wild pitch and an RBI double. We'll head to the bottom of the second. It's 2-0 New York. Phillies take on the Cleveland Indians. A Phillies Affinity scarf given out to all women 15 and older. Tickets can be purchased anytime by going to Phillies.com. Phillies have 16 of the next 19 games on the road. So those 3 games are the only baseball games that will be played here at Citizens Bank Park, other than the Liberty Bell championship between Ryder and St. Joseph's. Those 3 games will be the only 3 games to be played here at Citizens Bank Park. The games against the Indians in the next few weeks. Ryan Howard leads it off as we move to the bottom of the second. Howard has 3 home runs in his career against Bartolo Colon. Outside, 1 ball, 1 strike. Colon went 6 innings against the Phillies on the 9th of April. 7 strikeouts during that time. As he delivers inside to Howard. It really has been a remarkable turn of events for him since he missed a year in 2010 or 2009. Got stem cell replacement in his shoulder where he had a rotator cuff issue and in his elbow. He had a doctor from Florida fly over to the Dominican Republic and take a look at him, and he said, I don't think I can help you with this procedure. As the ball is fouled on the left field line. Well, it helped, and he's won 66 games since then. 66 and 52 with an ERA of 3.5. And those are his overall numbers. 219 wins, 155 losses. And this being his 470th game as a starter. Swing and a miss. He tied up Howard and struck him out. 3 strikeouts for Colon.
He's just a guy I just enjoy watching him pitch because he trusts what he has. He knows he's not overpowering, but he spots it up. He has good movement, late movement on that fastball. And he believes it's going to end up where he's trying to throw it. Talk about conviction in a pitch. He's got it.
And total command of everything he throws. Delivers a strike to Ruiz. Carlos 4 for 21 so far this year. 0-2. Why can't this style work for everyone, though?
Because pitchers don't believe in themselves that much. I firmly don't believe it. He's not trying to miss bats.
He's trying to get contact.
He wants contact. He trusts the movement of his pitches. You're going to beat it in the ground. You're going to get a lazy fly ball. He invites contact. I see too many pitchers today. They try and avoid it. Oh yeah, you might get a strikeout after 7 pitches. He wants a ground ball after 3.
That one is served out to right field. Granderson will play it on a hop. So a base hit for Carlos, the first hit of the night for the Phils. It comes with 1 out here in the second. Well, this is what you were talking about, Ben. 89% of the time he's throwing a fastball. Now that fastball will go from, what would you say, 85 to 91?
Yes, he will change speeds on the fastball. Most of the time he'll sit right at about 88, 89.
Freddie Galvis is 2 for 8 in the series, batting 6th in tonight's game. And Galvis takes inside. That was something other than a fastball.
If I were catching Bartolo, I would say give me some type of sign, either touch your earlobe or do something where if you want to mix in an off-speed pitch. you still will go through the signs, but just let me know, hey, I might want to switch it up this time.
Be great if you did that. Then you're sitting behind home plate saying, did I tell him to touch his ear or touch his nose? I don't remember.
But you can come up with something to just, hey, give me a hint.
Fly ball left center field. Cespedes venturing back toward the wall. It is gone. A home run for Freddie Galvis. And he's just tied this ball game up. You want to talk about a baseball that just carried. That ball by Freddie Galvis looked like it was going to be caught in front of the warning track, and it just kept on going. A 2-run home run, his his second of the year. And again, we're tied up at 2. And that makes a winner out of Jim Graham of Ocean City, who's won $300.
Way to go, Jim. I was just watching Cespedes just coasting back on this play, thinking I got this all the way.
David Lowe takes outside. It's 1 ball and no strikes.
See that, Tom? It's not how big you are.
Well, that was a big man's home run the opposite way, high
Yeah,
in the
it
air.
was.
1 ball and 1 strike to Lowe. The wind is going out. Flags were basically at a standstill an inning ago, but they've changed, and that aided that ball just a little bit.
Freddie will tell you it was him, though.
I'll let him say it.
Yeah.
Lowe fouls it back to the screen, and it's even 2 balls and 2 strikes.
He loves playing baseball. Freddie loves it. Look how happy he is.
Think about it, though. You were happiest when you hit one out of the ballpark.
True.
There's a liner out to left field, a base hit for Lowe. And David Lowe picks up his 3rd hit since coming up from the minor leagues. An opposite field single, and now Jeremy Hellickson will be the batter. Let's take a look at our Cadillac home run replay.
It's a good swing here by Freddie. See how level his swing is? Keeps that back elbow connected to his side and drives it on out of here.
Visit your local Cadillac dealer for attractive lease and finance offers. Hellickson bunts foul, and it's 0-1.
Good looking swing by David Lowe as well, shooting that ball to left field. I just love base hits the other way. I do. Make him stop out there now. I used to appreciate when umpires would give me a heads up, tap me on the back. Hey, Ben, make sure he stops. And then I would relay that instead of just calling a balk. I'll give him a chance.
Puts it back toward the mound. Cologne looks at second base, but Lowe has pretty good speed. So the sacrifice is successful by the number 8 hitter, Jeremy Hellickson. 1-4 on the putout. And that'll bring Peter Borges to the plate.
It's nice to see the extra work paying off. These guys are out here every day with Larry Bowe and John McLaren, bunting, and bunting. Both Larry and John offering different advice on technique and how to deaden the baseball. It's nice to see it pay off in that situation.
So Hellickson does his job, a runner in scoring position. Borges batting 9th. Now Borges has batted 9th before. Don't forget he was in the American League where there was the DH, so he would at times would be the number 9 hitter, but he also batted 9th while playing for the St. Louis Cardinals.
He must have had weather in that game today in St. Louis. Started at 1:30. It just completed.
I believe there was a rain delay, a storm coming through the heartland.
Like a 3-hour rain delay on getaway day.
It's interesting, though. I guess they were anticipating it wasn't going to be a 3-hour delay because they are going to face the Cubs again. I think they would have played it later on.
They may play once or twice more.
Yeah. Or just takes low. It's 1-2. Now, with that said, all of those games are going to be important if you consider those two battling for the National League Central title. So maybe they don't want to play doubleheaders. Maybe if they feel like they can play a single game, it might be better. Certainly was for the Cardinals today. Out to right field. Granderson comes running in. He says he has it, and the side is retired. But the Phillies do tie it up. They rely on the long ball. They hadn't done it in this series, but they do it right here. Freddie Galvis the opposite way. Ball carried out. And he's tied this ball game up at 2 as we go to the 3rd. Log on to Phillies.com. Go to the fans section for all the information, and please submit your answer on the subject line. All right, Ben, here's the question. What team originally drafted Matt Harvey in 2007? What team originally drafted Matt Harvey in 2007? Answer will be revealed in just a little bit. Michael Conforto takes a strike from Jeremy Hellickson. We're all even at 2. Swing and a miss. 0-2. Conforto, his dad grew up in Altoona, Pennsylvania, and went to Penn State where he played football. So when Conforto's Little League team from Redlands, Washington, was in the Little League World Series at Williamsport, they took a day and the whole team went and met Joe Paterno at Penn State.
Nice.
His dad played football. His mom was a synchronized swimmer. One ball and 2 strikes to Conforto. Top of the hour, 2 balls, 2 strikes to Conforto. Ground ball to first, and Howard picks it. One away here in the top of the third. And that'll bring Cespedes to the plate.
Be nice for Jeremy to get a quick inning here. Already at 51 pitches. You do have the middle of the lineup coming up, 3, 4, 5, but make some good quality pitches. Love to see him get out of here with less than 60 or less.
Yeah, the average you hope is at most 15 per inning, which would put him at 45 through 3, but he's going to be above that, obviously. Cespedes hit into a double play his first time up. Oh, man. The third base umpire, Ed Hickox, you got to get out of the way on that one.
Incoming.
They've been trying to go up the ladder on Cespedes in these first 2 series. He's not biting the way he bit last year in September. I thought that's when he was really going after the high fastball. It'll be out of play down the right field line.
Had a great conversation with Chooch today, and we were discussing, moving guys' feet, getting them off the plate, and he said that he really learned a lot from Pedro Martinez when Pedro was here. He said obviously Pedro didn't have the stuff that he had when he was with Montreal and Boston. He said but the ideas he had on how to do it, not only how to do it but how to execute it. When was a good time, when was not a good time. I'm not saying just go up there and drill somebody, but how to move someone's feet, setting them up for that, just to get them off the plate a little bit. It was very enlightening, and Chooch said it was really fun to learn that.
Well, the hope is that he can keep passing it on to even the young pitchers that are coming through the Phil's clubhouse now.
Yes,
because it is a necessity. You have somebody like Vince Velasquez or even Jared Eichhoff who has that good breaking pitch. You move somebody's feet, you throw that breaking pitch, it could be helpful. They appeal, no swing, says Dana DeMuth.
The most subtle no sign of all time.
Kind of looks like a T-Rex with his hands out close to his body.
That he does, Tom.
On the infield, Hellickson and Ryan Howard are in the area, and Ryan says he's got it, and he does. 2 outs here in the third. And that'll bring Lucas Duda to the plate.
Good height on that one. That's some hang time.
That was way up there. We're actually at the point of the night, though, where it's a little easier to see the pop-ups and fly balls.
Yes.
A couple of them early on in twilight. I think even Freddie Galvis's ball that he hit, I don't know if Cespedes saw it the entire time. Not that it mattered since it went out of the yard. The backdrop that the outfielders are looking at now.
A beautiful night.
Out to the Hall of Fame club. And it's 1 ball, 1 strike to Duda.
Here's the pitch, Tom. 60 or less.
A spinner toward the hole under the glove of Freddie Galvis. Phillies had the shift on, and Duda was able to pick up his second hit. All right, well, unless he picks him off at first base, it's not going to be 60 or less.
No, it will not. Cue ball. I think even if Freddie comes up with this, I know Duda isn't the fastest guy around, but I think even if Freddie comes up with that, he's not going to be able to get Duda out at first base.
Walker, big swing and a miss. It's 0-1. Most home runs that Neil Walker's hit in a month was 7 with the Pittsburgh Pirates. So he's at 6 right now. Pretty nice way to ingratiate yourself into a new clubhouse is by popping 6 home runs in the first month of the season, even if you're hitting just .259. Not an overwhelming surprise, though, for the guy who had more extra base hits than any other second baseman in the league last year with the Pirates. Trying to go inside with this one, and they go too far inside. 1 ball and 1 strike. And a base hit to center field for Walker. It's his second hit. And it keeps the inning alive for Asdrubal Cabrera. Well, that's 6 hits already for the Mets. Duda's at second base. Walker's off first base. Back-to-back hits with 2 men down. And Hellickson is ready to go. Swing and a miss. He got him. Boy, Cabrera didn't look comfortable at all in that AB. Strikeout number 3 for Hellickson, 1 in each inning. So the Mets leave a couple. We'll head to the bottom of the 3rd. And we're tied up at 2. is brought to you by McDonald's. Come into McDonald's for an Egg McMuffin and medium iced coffee for $3.49. Buy Nissan. Choose Nissan today for great offers on our most exciting lineup ever. Shop ChooseNissan.com. And buy Xfinity. Xfinity X1 will change the way you experience TV. We're tied up at 2 as we go to the bottom of the third here at Citizens Bank Park. Folks rolling along Ashburn Alley. Odubel Herrera will lead it off. Herrera struck out his first time up. Odubel, we mentioned, with 14 walks so far this season. So his walk percentage is at 22%. And you might think, 14, that leads the National League. That's tops in baseball. It actually isn't. Colby Rasmus and Mark Teixeira are just a hair ahead of him as far as walk percentage goes. But Pete Maccannon's not going to complain that he's third in Major League Baseball in his walk percentage. He's just happy that he's a little more patient. Now, he's fallen behind 0-2. Pete was asked today, with your exit interview, did you tell him to be more patient and work on that in the offseason? And he said, no, I didn't. He said, but Odubel's been working with Juan Samuel on a number of different things, and that's one of the things that they talked about going into the offseason. So Odubel used it. No swing, says Ed Hidcox. Odubel used that sort of mentality going into the offseason when he was playing winter ball. And Juan has been, a good mentor to a lot of the Latin players, just as Andres Blanco has been as a player. 1 ball and 2 strikes. And Pete actually said that if you think back to last year, Odubel was kind of aggressive with a lot of what he was doing, but then adjusted as the year went on. It may not have led to more walks. He only walked 28 times, but it led to better at bats.
The more pitches you're going to see, the more comfortable you're going to be at home plate. And just getting accustomed to big league pitching, how you're being pitched and making those adjustments.
That one's out toward left center field. It's going to slice back to Conforto, though. And there's one away here in the third. On the Toyota Major League scoreboard, Washington leads Miami 2-0. That game's at the top of the 4th inning. Bryce Harper has one of those 3 hits. He has an RBI double. Washington with 10 wins in 13 games so far. They won last night. Harper's been a big reason why. And we mentioned this stat last night that Harper, as Cesar shows bunt, Harper has more home runs than strikeouts this year. Now, we're only 2 weeks into the season. Got us thinking about, when does that happen? How often does that happen where a hitter has more home runs than strikeouts in a season? And Cesar takes low. Well, here are the last 9. Now, the last one to do it was Barry Bonds, who had 45 homers and 41 strikeouts in 04. And then you have to jump all the way to 80, where George Brett did it. But then you go back 22 years. It just doesn't happen that often. And it used to. I mean, look how many times it happened in the 50s. And then it happened a lot in the 40s also. It gives you sort of a timeline of how baseball has changed over the years.
I think it's changed just in the last 10 years. Guys don't care about striking out anymore.
I think that's what it is.
They don't. Oh, I got out.
It's strikeout's just a.
It's just another out.
3-1 pitch coming to Cesar Hernandez. Hits it sharply. Diving stop by Duda. Colon gets over there ahead of Cesar. And the putout goes 3-1. 2 away here in the third.
I don't know how he got to the bag in front of Cesar.
Forget about that. I don't know how long it's going to take him to get back to the mound.
He hops off this mound. He gets there quickly. Look at him go. He's lucky that throw by Duda was right on the money, too. But watch him get over there. I mean, he really makes a beeline there, and that's a perfect flip by Lucas Duda.
Still unfazed by it all.
Unfazed.
So Franco, who struck out his first time up, one of 3 strikeouts for Bartolo Colon. Swing and a miss. It's 0-1. But it is interesting, and I do agree with you that I think the game's changed a lot over the last 10, 15 years. I don't know if it was, I mean, we weren't around. I don't know if it was a better game to watch when there were less strikeouts. If the pitchers weren't like they are today, they really weren't. They didn't throw as many pitches. So that's why you have more strikeouts. And plus the theory
pitching is better.
about.
Yes, the pitching is better. I'm not going to disagree with that. But even whatever you can do just to put the ball in play, your odds of getting a hit go way up.
You think Harper can go the whole year with more home runs than strikeouts?
No.
We should watch that and see how long it takes him for the strikeouts to overtake the home runs. And if it sustains itself. And Michael Franco strikes out for the second time tonight. 4 strikeouts for Bartolo Colon. Phillies go down 1-2-3. We will head to the 4th inning here in Philadelphia, all tied up at 2. Brought to you by the RAV 4th inning. Toyota, let's go places. Let's go Phillies. Full moon, Ben. Watch it. Crazy things happen when there's a full moon. Tied at 2.
Can you believe a man walked on that thing?
It is pretty remarkable.
It blows my mind.
Travis d'Arnaud will lead it off as we go to the top of the 4th inning. d'Arnaud is 0 for 1. Takes a breaking ball. It's 0-1. If you heard that cheer in the background, it was not for the moon. It was the fact that the Flyers have scored their 2nd goal and are up 2-0 in the 2nd period over the Washington Capitals. They have to win tonight, Ben. 1 ball and 1 strike to d'Arnaud. Now the splits for Hellickson this season. I think you'll probably find them being similar tonight, although I don't know if he's thrown as many cut fastballs tonight as he normally does. Two and 2.
Can't tell if he's not on the same page with Chooch or He's just thinking about what he wants to throw out on the mound. Just doesn't seem like have a real good rhythm right now. Seemed like he even slowed his windup down a bit.
I thought he was
his leg kick is very.
Yeah, I thought he was a little slower last time out against Washington, but he probably isn't. It's probably that we're just getting more and more used to him. I think his pace is much slower tonight, but that was his reputation coming into the season. And a liner out to right center field. That'll be in for a base hit. Odubel will cut it off at the track. Darno on his way to second. The throw is not in time. Their second double of the year for Travis d'Arnaud.
And the third leadoff double for the Mets this evening. Travis does take a good route around first base here. Really not a whole lot Odubel could do. Plants himself well, makes a pretty accurate throw to second base.
I will say there wasn't a whole lot he could do, but it's awesome watching him do what he's doing this year as far as those balls in the gap go. I mean, he is not taking any of those plays off. Bartolo's going to try to bunt d'Arnaud over to third base. Takes a curved ball and it's 0-1.
I know he's not taking BP off in the outfield.
I thought the same thing today watching him.
Yeah, did you see how hard he was going?
Thought the same thing, and I was up here at that point watching BP, and he was going gap to gap. And this was after Samuel was hitting on baseballs.
Yeah.
Another breaking pitch. That one stretches outside.
It was game speed for a while.
I totally agree with that. Even balls that he was charging, coming in to charge and pick cleanly.
He came in to hit today and he walked by me. He's going to the bat rack. I said, "Está listo?" Which means, "Are you ready?" And he goes, "I'm always listo."
Did he say it in Spanish or English?
No, he said, "I'm always," and then he said, ready for Spanish. He said, "I'm always listo." Big smile on his face.
Swing and a miss, and Colon strikes out for the second time. 4 strikeouts for Jeremy Hellickson. Curtis Granderson's coming up. Let's check in with Greg Murphy. Murph.
All right, thanks, Tom. Well, some big doings at the ballpark this morning. It was the 19th annual Home Run for Hearts Media Day, and they'll let anybody participate. Team Comcast Sportsnet particularly strong. You see John Clark there. Marshall Harris was taking his cuts as well. Of course, all proceeds for the event, which is happening on May 2nd and 3rd for the public, will all benefit the American Heart Association. Everybody getting their hacks in. It was a beautiful day. There's Leslie Goodell. Check swing. That's a base hit. Beautiful day for the event, and all to raise awareness for the event that's coming up on May 2nd and May 3rd. Of course, you can go to Phillies.com to check it out if you want to take some swings here at Citizens Bank Park. I highly recommend it. It was a lot of fun.
It was a gorgeous day. Sometimes, because the weather doesn't always cooperate, you're inside for the Home Runs for Hearts.
That's right.
I've done it a couple times where it's been inside, but to be out on the playing field on such a great day. In fact, Rich Ashburn said that, Whitey's son, as Granderson lifts that one into shallow center. Maikel Franco is under it, makes the catch. Well, that turned out to be a little bit more of an adventure. There are 2 outs. But Rich Ashburn said that, he alluded to the fact that everybody was getting a chance to hit on the field. And, he said, soak that in. It's a great opportunity.
I will say this, Tom, it's a little easier to hit them out at the batting cage.
I would agree with that. Murph, your swing looked pretty good there.
Yeah.
You had one, I thought your best swing was a line drive, but it went foul down the left field line.
Yeah.
John Joaquin, who was feeding the machine, brushed you back on that one.
He did.
You effectively peppered the hole at shortstop well, but you hit the ball sharply.
Yeah, I hit like 7 ground balls to Freddie Galvis.
But here's the thing, though. With your speed, you would have beaten each of them out.
That's right. I'm like Willie Mays Hayes.
I did see you pop one into the top of the net, the top of the screen.
I think it's a sin they made you put a helmet on that nice head of hair.
Had to wear a helmet. Had to wear a helmet.
Double flat.
I told Barrett that we'd even get one to fit him. He's a big man.
Yes.
No balls and 1 strike to David Wright. Swing and a miss. Off speed pitch. It's 0-2.
Nice change up there.
Swing and a miss. He got him to go fishing. What a job by Hellickson to get out of this inning after allowing the leadoff double. He picked up strikeouts number 4 and 5. And the side is retired. So Jeremy Hellickson using a lot of movement to get David Wright. Can't say there was as much movement on this pitch to Murph, but he was the only one of us that took the hacks. More. Take advantage of special opportunities, including discounts, theme nights, and party areas. Plenty of benefits and special options. You can jump around with Calvin if you want to. Special fundraising opportunities are a great way to raise funds and awareness. For more information, go to Phillies.com/group tickets. Poor Calvin's taking a few in the chops. Ryan Howard leads it off. Against Bartolo Colon. Howard struck out his first time up. Two balls and no strikes. Way out front. Hey, I think he's thrown more pitches, more changeups tonight than what we're normally used to.
He has.
Sometimes we're fooled because sometimes his fastball is a changeup, but he's thrown changeups that are at 80 miles an hour. And then he comes back with, I think that was a fastball, but it was 81. Do you think it was a changeup?
I think it's another change. I'm just watching Travis d'Arnaud's fingers. It looks like he just wiggled.
Okay. Well, there you go. 13% of the pitches tonight have been changeups. So 22% of his pitches have been something other than a fastball, which is about 10 more than usual.
Right.
That was a fastball. He got up to 93. Hector Neris starting to throw in the bullpen.
When I got traded to the White Sox from the Mariners, I'd ask about former players that used to be with the White Sox, and I was walking in from the bullpen one time with Don Cooper, the pitching coach, and I asked him about Bartolo. He said he had one time he had to start in the bullpen, and they were walking in, at a towel over his shoulder, much like he did tonight. He said, "Coop, you don't have to get anybody up today. I'm going 9." And Coop said, "Okay, whatever." Well, he threw 98 pitches that game. He threw 95 fastballs. 9 innings.
I thought you were going to say that he lasted 1.
No.
98 pitches.
I said, come on, Coop. I don't believe
fastballs.
you. 95 fastballs.
Well, he has 219 wins, and there was a time when his fastball was dominant. But at that point, he was probably throwing it like he is now, with varying speeds. 3-2 pitch to Howard. Goes up the ladder. His 219 victories is tied with Pedro Martinez for the second most by a Dominican-born player. Juan Marichal is first. He could catch Juan Marichal. Now, he would do it in many more games. As we mentioned the last time these two teams faced each other, when talking about the Pedro Martinez mark, Bartolo's the one that reminded everybody that Pedro did it in less starts. As Howard works out a walk. Bartolo also is on the verge of throwing 3,000 innings in his career. He came into this game with 2,993 and 2/3. So he's zeroing in on that. Whether he gets it tonight or not remains to be seen. He's got nobody out here in the bottom of the 4th. So CC Sabathia is at 2,999. Sabathia not pitching tonight. As Carlos rolls one through the hole on the left side, he's 2 for 2. Howard stops at second. Here's Freddie Galvis, who's provided the runs for the Phils tonight with a 2-run home run his last time up.
The fastball up out over the plate. Lets that heavy bat do the work. You might see him lay one down here, though.
Well, he's got Ruiz at first and Howard at second base. David Wright is in on the grass at third.
The only reason you might not is because of the speed that's currently on the bases.
Now, there's another reason, too. I don't know if it plays into it, but it could be why Hector Neris is up.
Yes.
The pitcher's spot is not the 9 hole. The pitcher's spot is 8th, and it's behind David Lowe. Now, that could be why Neris is up. If we get to the pitcher's spot in an RBI situation, they may go to the bench and go early. Tells you what the offense is looking like recently or throughout the season. Outside, 1-1. By the way, just to wrap up the 3,000 inning story, if and when he reaches it, he will become the 138th, assuming that Sabathia gets there first. 138th in baseball history to reach 3,000 innings. And Sabathia, Bartolo, and then eventually John Lackey, much down the road. John Lackey's got a little over 2,500 with his outing yesterday. You may not see anybody reach 3,000 innings for quite some time.
Not the way pitchers are being used nowadays.
After Lackey, Matt Cain is next at 1,887. I mean, that's where we're at. 2 balls and 1 strike to Freddie Galvis. Off the mask of d'Arnaud, it's 2-2. Here's the wins leaders. Sabathia is 4 behind Bartolo.
One thing I am seeing out of Bartolo tonight, and I think that's a reason you're seeing more changeups and sliders. He doesn't seem to have that movement on his fastball this evening. If he's not getting that movement, a flat 88 not going to cut it. But if you throw 88 with a ton of movement that he normally typically has, it's going to be a big difference. I think that's why you've seen him dial it up to 92, 93 the last couple hitters when he is throwing that fastball.
Elvis battling here, fouls it off. It remains 2-2.
Another one at 93.
The bases out in Ashburn Alley. Ground ball right side. That might be 2. Walker had trouble getting it out of his gloves, so it's only 1. Howard's over to third. Putout goes 4-6 at second base. Runners on first and third with 1 man down. Tomorrow night at 5, there's a lot of talk about Phillies sports. The Eagles moving up to the number 2 pick in this year's NFL draft to take a quarterback, plus the Flyers Capitals game 4 recap and a look ahead to game 5 Phillies Brewers series preview. Watch Philly Sports Talk presented by Comcast Business only on Comcast Sportsnet. David Lowe will bat with runners on first and third. He singled the opposite way his only time up. He's 1 for 1. You could be right about that, Ben, because he is throwing even more changeups. Now he's trying to get Lowe to roll over on one, much like Freddie Galvis did.
But it's been 80, 81, or 92, 93. It's not that fastball at 87 to 89 that we're accustomed to seeing out of him.
Out to right field. Granderson will get to it. Howard will tag at third. Granderson's throw goes to second. It'll turn out to be a sac fly for David Lowe, and it's a 3-2 ball game. Well, it's taken a couple days, but the Phillies do have a lead.
Leadoff walk will get you. Hurts him here. Professional at bat right there by David Lowe.
So Ryan Howard had the leadoff walk. He comes around to score. Galvis at first. Jeremy Hellickson's the batter. He sacked his first time up.
I'm not saying they would have had Freddie Galvis at first base if Neil Walker gets that ball out of his glove cleanly, but that good hustle there by Freddie prolongs the inning and get a sac fly.
Oh, and 2. Down the right field line, that'll slice out of play. We were looking at that young lady on the concourse. Somebody walked right in front of the shot. Ground ball to second base. Walker has it, and the inning is over. However, the Phillies take the lead. A sac fly by David Lowe against Bartolo Colon. 3-2 Phils as we go to the top of the 5th. And Michael Conforto will lead things off. Well, Jeremy Hellickson has 5 strikeouts so far tonight. And the last out of the top of the 4th inning, this was David Wright.
Watch how Chooch gets outside this baseball. He gets moving laterally. This is textbook. He gets going this way, and he also gets around the baseball. And that's what you really love to see out of a catcher. Not able to move this way. Watch him go this way first, but then he swings back around and is able to cut the angle of the baseball off. He goes laterally, and then the ball just deadens right there. That is textbook by Chooch.
That's what you teach in the offseason to the youngsters around the Delaware Valley?
That's what I teach.
Well, Carlos is going to try to teach Jeremy Hellickson through this 5th inning. Phillies on top 3-2. Michael Conforto will lead it off. He's 0 for 1. He walked his first time up, grounded out his last time. Grounded out to Ryan Howard at first. Outside 1-0. Conforto hit the home run last night that gave the Mets the early 2-0 lead. The Mets are on a pace right now. 40% of the runs the Mets have scored, or excuse me, 57% of the runs they've scored this year have come on home runs. Now, that won't sustain itself. Last year, 40% of the runs they scored were on homers, but 57% of the runs, and I don't know if we can argue with it because that seems to be the case in this series alone.
You're right. That's going to be very hard to sustain, especially in that ballpark.
Swing and a miss. It's 1-2. Well, that's a good point. Now, the team that leads in percentage of runs being home runs, who would you think it is in Major League Baseball?
In Major League Baseball?
Yeah.
What league?
American League.
American League.
Yep.
I'm going to say the Royals.
Okay, Royals are a good guess. Murph, you have a guess on this one?
Tigers.
It's a big ballpark, Murph.
They got big guys.
They have big guys. Valid point. Valid point, Murph.
It's the Baltimore Orioles, actually, who led the league in home runs last year. They had 217 home runs last year. They're on pace, the Orioles are, to break the Major League record of home runs in the season at this point.
Which is?
They're on pace for, the record is 264, which is back in '97. Ground ball foul. What year were you with the Mariners?
2, 3, and 4.
So you weren't part of that record in 1997.
I was not. I don't know how much I would have contributed to that if I was.
You would have contributed a few because you're a big guy.
I am a big guy.
2-2 pitch. That one's popped up. Carlos off with the mask, back to the screen, and it's out of play. Well, that brings us to our cold hard fact, brought to you by Clean Crisp Coors Light. The Mets are the first team to hit 10 or more home runs in 2 consecutive road games in one season since Toronto did it in the final 2 games of a 3-game series at Fenway in 2009. Terry Collins said, well, we've got some guys that, they can hit the long ball. And a strike 3 called. That was the best 2-seamer that he's run up there tonight. Came back off the hip of the left-handed batter.
There's a good looking pitch here. Good pitch. Take a look at the overhead camera here. Maybe an inch or 2 off. Inch and a half. But it's a strike.
I would agree.
Yes.
Cespedes is 0 for 2. Carlos again will give this one a look, and it will be back into the Diamond Club. Nice catch on the bobble. He should be proud of himself.
Stay with it.
Way to use that shoulder. Atta boy.
2 hands, Tom.
Jamie would be really proud of that. Somewhere out in California, Jamie's yelling 2 hands. Good job. Out to left field. Cespedes has just tied this ball game up. His 5th home run of the season. He's now hit in 6 straight. That's 11 home runs for the Mets in this 3-game series, and we're tied at 3.
Tries to get back in the count with another off-speed pitch. I'd have to say that Cespedes was waiting on this one. The curveball. He hits them. They get out of here in a hurry.
I think what you said, though, was the right point. He was waiting for it. You know, we saw the Nationals. They were basically sitting soft against Helix in his last outing. I think Cespedes was sitting soft there. So now Duda's up. He's 2 for 2. And he takes a fastball at the knees for a strike. It's 0-1. One man down here in the top of the 5th inning. 11 home runs in this series for the Mets, and that is now 18 home runs in their last 7 games. That ball is crushed deep to right field into the second deck, and it drops right on down. Back-to-back home runs. Cespedes and Duda. It's now 4-3 New York, and Lucas Duda is a triple away from the cycle. A double, a single, and a home run in his first 3 at-bats. Well, it's the 3rd consecutive game that the Mets have gone back-to-back with home runs. And for Duda, it's the 3rd consecutive game that he's homered.
Try and get that fastball in. Well, that's some extension there, and Duda knows it.
Neil Walker's 2 for 2. I would say be careful with him. There's a little rhythm going on right now. And that's a base hit to right field. Three straight hits for the Mets with one man down, and that's going to be it, I would believe, for Hellickson. With the Phillies down by 1, Pete McCannon's heading out. He has Hector Neris warming up. Is that Curtis Granderson with a cell phone in the background? He's videotaping Lucas Duda coming down the stair. It's a cell phone. Yes? No? Maybe so?
There's got to be a rule against that in Major League Baseball.
I would think there's a reason he has it. I don't know what it is. Ben, call Curtis Granderson. He's not doing anything, and see why he has a cell phone in the dugout. There are 2 dates this year, an ever popular program. The first one is Tuesday, May 31st. The second one is Thursday, August 18th. Take part in an interactive clinic taught by the Phillies coaching staff, behind the scenes access, a pregame party after the day's events, and much more. Go to Phillies.com/baseball101 now for more information and to order. Well, a turn of events. The Mets have retaken the lead here in the 5th inning. They've gone back-to-back with Cespedes and with Lucas Duda. And Hector Neris is going to take over. And Neris takes over for Hellickson with 1 man down and a runner at first base here in the 5th. As Drupal Cabrera, who is 1 for 2, a double and an RBI and a strikeout, will stand in. Sometimes it's the top of the order, sometimes it's the meat of the order. Tonight it's 4, 5, 6, and 7 that have provided the damage for New York. 8 for 11 with 4 runs scored and 3 RBIs. Outside, and it's 1-0 to Cabrera. Outside, it's 2-0. By the way, as Granderson was photoing Lucas Duda, Lucas Duda did not like it.
Is nothing sacred in this game anymore?
Swing and a miss and a changeup.
I can't think of any reason for that phone to be in the dugout. Unless maybe your wife is about to pop. You need to be notified immediately.
Well, I think I may have an answer to this, as Cabrera hits one foul into the Hall of Fame club.
There can't be a good reason.
Swing and a miss, and Cabrera struck out. He's out front of that pitch. Second out of the inning. The first out recorded by Neris. Yeah, I do know that during spring training, Major League Baseball did allow the players to have phones in for Snapchat, but I didn't think that carried over to the regular season. There's Jeremy Hellickson, who tonight goes 4 1/3. Travis d'Arnaud 1 for 2, grounded out and doubled the opposite way. Swing and a miss and a fastball at 93. Ball had some good jump on it.
It sure did. That splitter he threw Cabrera was filthy at 86 miles an hour to strike him out. Good late action.
Off the glove of Hector Neris, and he casually throws to first, and the side is retired. However, the Mets take the lead on back-to-back home runs by Cespedes and Duda. Middle of the 5th, it's 4-3 New York. Now time for our Citizens Bank minor league report. Well, Lehigh Valley lost to Syracuse 3-2. JP Arancibia 3 for 5, a double and a run scored. Good to see that. Nick Pivetta, who the Phillies got in the Jonathan Papelbon trade, he went 5 innings for Reading, allowed 2 earned runs and 5 strikeouts in a 5-4 win. Thomas Eshelman, another good outing for him, 9 strikeouts in 7 innings for Clearwater. And Cornelius Randolph hit his first home run of the year for the Lakewood Blue Claws in a 12-6 victory over Hagerstown. A 12-6 loss to Hagerstown. All right, so we go to the bottom of the 5th inning. It's just a 1-run deficit for the Phillies. They trail at 4-3, and Peter Borges will lead it off. And it's 1 ball and no strikes. Borges takes a strike there, and it's 1-1. Flied out to right field his first time up. Some folks on Twitter have informed us that Granderson has started an Instagram account called We Follow Lucas Duda. So that's what that may have been. Although beyond that, I don't know why you would have a cell phone in the dugout during a Major League Baseball game, but that's for other folks to deal with. Chopper back to second base. I understand that the Instagram account is very entertaining, and I'm sure it is. But how does he even know to have the phone in his pocket or in the dugout? So one away. Here is Odubel Herrera. He has struck out. He's also flied out to left field. Odubel out to center field. Cespedes comes sprinting in, and he makes the catch. I have to say that Cespedes has looked quite comfortable playing center field in the 6 games that we've watched the Phillies play against the Mets, whether it be at Citi Field or here at Citizens Bank Park. I'm impressed with his jumps.
Yes.
You know, that's so important for any outfielder, but in particular for center field going from gap to gap. He gets an excellent jump on fly balls.
He's very instinctive when it comes to those fly balls.
First pitch to Cesar Hernandez is taken inside. 2 quick outs for Bartolo. One ball, 1 strike. Fly ball down the left field line, and that will be into foul territory, and Conforto comes running in to make the catch. He had stopped in left field and kind of gave up on it, and then realized, wait a minute, I better go after that. It didn't get out of play, and he was able to track it down. He made it a much tougher play than it needed to be, but he still made the play. Got to the spot, kept the concentration, and the inning is over. 1-2-3 go the Phillies as we go to the top of the 6th. Our Independence Blue Cross Philly of the Week has stepped out of the bullpen and into whatever role Pete Mackanin and Bob McClure need him to fill. Expected to be in middle relief area of the pen, Yanmar Gomez was slid into the closer's role 5 games into the season, and he has stood tall in late innings. The 28-year-old right-hander has delivered with confidence and delivered on all save situations when the phone is rung. And it's brought to you by Independence Blue Cross. Live fearless. Pretty remarkable turn of events for Yanmar Gomez, a reliever with the Pirates. The Phillies picked him up. This was a guy who threw a perfect game, a 9-inning perfect game in the minor leagues. Came up as a starting pitcher, and like a lot of good relief pitchers, was a starter in the minors and then eventually floated into the bullpen. Probably just to get his foot in the door in the big leagues. As Bartolo makes contact and fouls it at the plate. It's 1 ball and 1 strike. Hector Neris on in relief of Jeremy Hellickson, who went 4 1/3 innings tonight. Swing and a miss. Doesn't matter who he is, he's going to throw that splitter, and it is dancing tonight. Got him. So the 3rd time tonight Bartolo has struck out. 2 strikeouts for Hector Neris. Murph, Hector Neris has a new teammate out in the bullpen as of today.
Yes, he does. A new face in the Phillies bullpen. The Phillies making a roster move today and recalling Andrew Bailey from the Lehigh Valley. Of course, Bailey was with the team during spring training and was really among the final cuts, not making the team. They said they wanted him to go down to the Lehigh Valley and work on a couple things and maybe build up his velocity a little bit more, which was starting to wane at the end of spring training. Well, he went down to spring training, did just that, pitched very well early on, 4 appearances with an ERA of 1.80. James Russell, on the other hand, really struggled in his first 2 weeks here in Philadelphia, so they've made that move. They've designated him for assignment. Andrew Bailey is here, and he is available tonight. He pitched 1 inning last night, but he is available tonight in the Phillies bullpen. All
right, Murph, as Granderson hits one through the vacant hole on the left side, a 1-out single. So he has 2 hits tonight, 2 for 3. Yeah, Pete kind of talked about Bailey from spring training and said, you know, we liked him. We just felt like he needed a little bit more work. And he was ecstatic. He said today that he's worn a lot of prestigious uniforms in his life, but he's excited to put the Phillies red pinstripes on here at Citizens Bank Park in a regular season game.
Yes.
David Wright is the hitter. Wright is 0 for 3, 2 strikeouts in the lineout. And it's no balls and 1 strike. You know, the Phillies bullpen has already made a couple changes. There are going to be more changes. They are looking for the combination that's going to enable them to have some consistency throughout the year.
That makes it easier for everybody to know exactly what their role is going to be moving forward. Is Yanmar Gomez going to be the closer from now until the end of September? Who knows? He could be.
The balls and 1 strike to David Wright. Swing and a miss. There's that split we've talked about. It's 0-2. Got him. 94-mile-an-hour fastball. That's 3 strikeouts for Hector Neris. 2 away. Michael Conforto's coming up. How do you make your packages stand out? Add a little color. Avery neon shipping labels ensure all your shipping messages get noticed. Perfect for any priority message. And WB Mason delivers the same day when you order by 11:30. Local service, personalized. Who but WB Mason?
Splitter's been good, or change. It's been very good, but I'm liking the location of some of these fastballs as well.
Swing and a miss. It's 0-2.
Thing is dropping off the table.
See if he throws it again. On the Toyota Major League scoreboard, Braves and Dodgers are battling down in Atlanta. They're tied at 3. That game's in the top of the 6th inning. Daniel Castro is a 2-run single for the Braves. Adrian Gonzalez a 2-run home run for the Dodgers. Jeff Francoeur had a multi-hit game yesterday.
Yes, he did.
I don't know if Carlos was crossed up on that, or if there was something wrong with Hector as he got rid of that baseball. I think he was just crossed up. It kind of left Hector's hand oddly, and then it popped out of the glove of Carlos as if he wasn't expecting that kind of pitch.
Not sure. I was watching it. I wasn't watching the monitor, so I saw it pop out of his mitt.
Swing and a miss. He got him. 3 strikeouts of the inning for Neris. Man, his splitter is rolling off the table here tonight. 4 strikeouts for Hector. No runs, 1 hit, and 1 man left. We'll move to the bottom of the 6th inning. Excellent movement. Phillies trail it by 1. Brought to you by Chevrolet. Visit your local dealer at ChevyDealer.com. By T-Mobile. Get Major League coverage. T-Mobile has doubled its 4G LTE since 2015. And by your Delaware Valley Honda dealers. Hurry to your local Del Val Honda dealer or visit DelValHondaDealers.com. Home half of the 6th inning. Mets on top by 1. Maikel Franco will lead it off. He's 0 for 2. He has not solved Bartolo Colon. Nothing against Bartolo Colon, but Ben, I would have to think that there were pitchers that you walked away thinking, how am I not hitting this guy's fastball?
Yes, there were plenty of them.
Oh, he hit that one pretty well. Out to center field. Cespedes makes the catch. Last night, Maikel Franco hit one toward center field, a blistering shot. The exit velocity off the bat, that was the ball that Juan Lagares caught at the fence and possibly robbed him of a 3-run home run, at least robbed him of an extra base hit. The exit velocity, which people use a lot just to kind of see how strong a hitter is, how the ball jumps off the bat, was 111.35 miles per hour. That was the exit velocity off Franco's bat. Now, to put that into perspective, that is the second fastest out this year in Major League Baseball. Ryan Howard hits one into the shift. David Wright on the right side makes the play. 5-3 on the putout. The hardest hit out so far this year was Manny Machado, who had one that was 116.94.
I would have to think that would be the highest, whether out or not out.
I was thinking the same thing. The MLB Network popped up the top 5 exit velocities this year for outs. And that was provided by StatCast. But that was a shot last night that Franco hit. Carlos Ruiz is 2 for 2. And he takes outside.
We don't know if that ball would have gone out on its own or if it would have just hit the fence. But I think if that ball comes out of that glove whatsoever, it's going to be a home run regardless.
Over to shortstop as Drupal Cabrera floats the throw over. And that was an easy inning for Bartolo Colon. Just 5 pitches. Well, here's the bat we're talking about from last night. Maikel Franco. Look how fast this ball comes off his bat. And then watch Juan Lagares. Exit velocity is one thing, but leaping ability and concentration is another. We'll head to the 7th. Time now for our Delaware Valley Honda Dealers game summary. The Mets scored 2 in the top of the 5th inning. They lead it 4-3. Cespedes and Duda went back-to-back. It was the 3rd straight game the Mets have gone back-to-back against the Phils with homers. Freddie Galvis tied the game at 2 in the 2nd inning. Jeremy Hellickson, though, allowed 10 hits tonight in 4 1/3. And he's charged with 4 earned runs. His relief tonight has been provided by Hector Neris, who has 4 strikeouts. We go to the top of the 7th inning.
Hector has gone an inning and 2/3 with just 21 pitches thus far.
Hence the reason he's still out there.
Yes.
Fastball to Cespedes. It's 1-0. Tonight here at the ballpark, as you see Jerry Blevins warming up, is Drexel University Alumni and Students Night. They were represented with the first pitch this evening, and the Drexel dance team was performing with the Fanatic in between innings a couple innings ago. Do you know that, Ben Davis, that there was only one player in the history of Drexel baseball, and they don't have baseball anymore, that was drafted by a professional team?
Huh.
Into the shift, Freddie Galvis is up with it. One away. I'm not going to ask you who it was as part of the Jeep Stump the Fans trivia quiz answer.
Thank you.
But I'll ask you the question from earlier. What team originally drafted Matt Harvey?
I would say that would be the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim.
That is correct. In the third round, he opted not to sign, and he went to the University of North Carolina. Log back on to Phillies.com to find out if you're the winner of a Phillies prize pack. And Glenn Davis, thank you for playing Jeep Stump the Fans. One away, and Lucas Duda takes a strike. He is a triple away from the cycle. Swing and a miss. It's 0-2. Got him.
Man,
that thing is rolling tonight. 5 strikeouts for Hector Neris.
this ball come out of his hand.
Tumbling, tumbling, tumbling.
It's like a left-handed slider.
Every time the Phillies retire, the opposing team 1-2-3, which they have yet to do tonight. Comcast will make a contribution to Phillies charities. Phillies baseball is brought to you by Xfinity. Xfinity X1 will change the way you experience TV. By the way, James Brown is the only Drexel player to be drafted by a major league team. He played 1 year with the Texas Rangers. He had .293 in the Gulf Coast League, and then he called it a career. There have been others that have played in the big leagues or played professionally, but never in the big leagues. As Neil Walker takes a strike, it's 1-1. Well, Neil Walker is 4 for 4. And that'll bring Asdrubal Cabrera to the plate. By the way, before we let the night get away from us, and we also don't want him to go to sleep, because you never know, we want to wish a special 60th wedding anniversary to our buddy Jack Shore and his lovely wife Jean. They will be celebrating tomorrow. And there is Jackie. Jack, congratulations. Jean, God bless you. We'd be giving you a hug. That's a special person right there, Jack Shore. And Jean is in that same category. So happy anniversary. I hope you guys enjoy yourselves tomorrow. I know we won't have a ball game tomorrow, so Jack can spend some time with his bride. You should take her out somewhere really nice and really expensive. Flowers, candy,
jewelry,
all that stuff. 60 years.
A long time, Tom.
Well, he is one of everybody's buddies. Jack and Jean's been here at the ballpark a number of times as well. At the Plestra, Hawk Hill, the League Course Center, wherever Jack is rolling around during the baseball offseason covering basketball. Sitting next to Rob Motti. Two balls and 1 strike to Asdrubal Cabrera.
Problem for these Mets hitters right now is that he's also throwing 94-95. So you have to kind of gear it up for that. And then he's dropping the 86-mile-an-hour splitter on you. And these guys are not picking up the rotation. whatsoever.
And there's extra movement tonight. I mean, the rotation, you're right, they're swinging like it's a fastball, but there is a lot of movement on that thing tonight. This time Cabrera lays off. So it's 3-2. That means that Walker will be off and running. There he goes. Swing and a miss. He got him. He threw another one. This one was a little higher. But Hector Neris is dealing here tonight in relief of Jeremy Hellickson. You should give yourself a round of applause. That splitter has been fantastic. 6 strikeouts in 2 2/3 innings. A Phillies victory. The Phillies need a little more offense, though. They have just 4 hits here tonight. Phillies fans, next time you want to grab Phillies seats, get the StubHub app. Not only will you find seats you'll love whenever you want, you can find the best seat for your buck when you sort by best value. We take the price and location of seats and show you which tickets at StubHub give you the best deal. So get the StubHub app today. Bartolo Colon will say so long to his teammates for the next hour or so as he will head out after 6 innings of work. Jerry Blevins will take over. Terry Collins is still a pretty intense guy. Did you see how he punched Bartolo in the back, congratulated him after his outing tonight? Blevins will face Freddie Galvis. David Lowe, who's scheduled to hit next. And then the pitcher's spot. Galvis shows bunt, takes outside. Trying to get on. This is just a 1-run game.
Freddie had every intention of pushing that one towards Neil Walker at second base. A lot of space on that side.
Travis d'Arnaud did his best to try to save that ball from going past home plate again.
Wasn't exactly do or die, was it?
It really wasn't. You got to applaud his effort.
Hopped right over top of that one.
I don't think Freddie's upset that he got that ball toward his ankles. I think he's upset that he didn't take the hit and got to first base. Popped it up, foul territory. Duda. Whoa. Off his glove. We could actually see it from our vantage point that he overran it and the ball was coming back to his left. He did not see it that way, and once he spun back, he was in trouble.
It's an awful route. Typically, if they're playing no shift, that's going to be Neil Walker's ball. But Neil was shaded much more towards second base. That ended up being a really long run for Walker.
Ball's hit hard but foul. He hooked it just outside the bag. Oh. That's the way to do it.
Get away from that Mets fan.
Now I think the ball girl was trying to give it to the young lady, and the young gentleman intercepted it. I think it's eventually going to go back to the young lady.
This guy's playing Let's Make a Deal.
And a strike 3 call. So Galvis down looking. And one out here in the 7th. Paul McCartney's one-on-one tour concert is coming to Citizens Bank Park Tuesday, July 12th. Tickets will go on sale to the general public this Friday at 10 a.m. You can purchase tickets by visiting Phillies.com/Sir Paul or by calling Ticketmaster at 800-745-3000. 72 years old. Paul McCartney. It's a good night so far for David Lowe as he takes outside.
Oh, Dean.
And Lowe hits one out toward right center field. That's going to drop for a hit. Flag down by Cespedes. Lowe heading to second. The throw is not in time. A head first slide. That's his second double since being called up. It's his second hit tonight. And he's in scoring position.
Boy, I'd love to see that. Also nice to have the wheels even attempted, but he comes out of the box running hard, thinking to the entire time. As that ball gets on the carpet, David Lowe is off to the races. I was hoping that ball would just get down.
First 2-hit game, 5 2-hit games last year, first one this year. Terry Collins is heading out. He's already signaled to the bullpen. So as Darren Ruff has been introduced as a pinch hitter, the Mets will go to a right-hander here in the bottom of the 7th inning in a 1-run game. Addison Reed is the new pitcher for the Mets. We'll tell you about him. We'll also set up Darren Ruff and his pinch hit appearance when we return to Citizens Bank Park in a 4-3 game. Do have a runner in scoring position. Time now for our GMC Precision plays of the game. Hector Neris was dealing tonight. 6 strikeouts in 2 2/3.
That splitter was something else. It was to the point where you could have told the Mets hitters it was coming and still strike him out. Absolutely phenomenal job tonight. And that is your precision plays of the game presented by GMC.
Phillies as a team lead all of National League Baseball in strikeouts, and they do it by a wide margin coming in. And part of it is because guys like Neris coming out of the pen, the starters, of course, but that'll just add to it. Here's Addison Reed, who has 7 strikeouts in 6 1/3 so far. He's on to face Darren Ruff, who's already been introduced as a pinch hitter, and Pete's going to stay with him. Darren just 2 for 17 on the year. And takes a tough strike on the outside part of the plate. He was called out on a similar pitch last night.
It's amazing he just has 17 at bats.
I think we all came to the ballpark today thinking he would be in the lineup in some way, shape, or form just to get him some at bats. Good pitch there. And it's a swing and a miss, 0-2.
Darren really tardy on that 93-mile-an-hour fastball.
Dahlia Hinojosa in the bullpen. And Antonio Bastardo in the Mets bullpen. One ball and 2 strikes to Darren Ruff. And Ruff strikes out. Addison Reed was comfortable with continuing to go away from the right-handed hitter. And Darren bit. So now it's left to Borges here in the bottom of the 7th.
Tough slider here. Especially when you're late on a couple fastballs. You're thinking, well, I got to get it going a little bit sooner. You don't pick up that rotation. You're going to swing over that baseball every time.
Borges is 0 for 2. He's flied to right. He's also grounded out.
Darren's also had to face some tough customers out on the mound
really
recently.
Has.
Getting some tough draws.
Addison Reed cast off by the Diamondbacks last year. He just wasn't a consistent strike thrower, but he's been pretty good for the Mets since they picked him up, and even at the start of this season. Heck, he's averaging over a strikeout per inning pitch for the Mets.
He's always had swing and miss stuff.
There's a line drive, base hit it to right field. Rounding third, heading for home is Lowe. Granderson's throw is going to be offline. Going to second is Borges. An RBI single, and we are tied up at 4. Boy, a couple of things. Not only the fact that Lowe was able to get the 2-base hit and put himself in scoring position. That's a distant memory, but it sets his run up. But Borges making contact and then just not stopping once he realized the throw was going over the head of the cutoff man.
And what happens is there actually is no cutoff man because Duda reaches out for this baseball.
Well, that's true.
No way he can get back into position to be the cutoff man. Granderson comes up firing. I don't know why he threw that ball home.
I'm with you, and Borges sees it right there.
But also the play's right in front of Curtis. How do you not see that?
I have to admit I'm a little surprised by this. They're going to intentionally walk Odubel Herrera to face Cesar Hernandez. Now you wonder if they'll bring Bastardo in to move Hernandez to the right side. I doubt it. So Herrera draws the walk. 15th walk of the season. Cesar will bat. Bastardo is done in the bullpen and ready to go, but they're going to have Cesar bat left-handed instead of right-handed. Now, just to give you a little idea of Cesar's ability against the fastball, Addison Reed's fastball will top out 94-95. It'll sit 93-94. This guy has one of the highest batting averages against fastballs that are 93 or better. Cesar Hernandez. So Cesar is not a patient hitter. If he gets a fastball, I would expect him to hack almost immediately. He's hitting well over 450 against fastballs this year, 93 or quicker. Now that's a fastball that had some cut to it. So it's 0-1.
And not a whole lot you're going to do with that one.
To the right side. So that's why they decided to walk Odubel. Hernandez is retired, and we will remain tied. The Phillies do tie it up on a base hit by Peter Borges. We'll go to the 8th inning. Terry Collins, Mets 4. Pete McCadden's Phils 4. WB Mason. You can't go wrong when you buy right. Buy your local Ford stores. And buy the Pennsylvania Lottery. Play the new instant game. Escape to Margaritaville. Players must be 18 or older. Please play responsibly. Phillies and the Mets tied at 4. Mets 4 runs on 12 hits. Phillies 4 runs on 6 hits. Here's our Hyundai defensive play of the game. This was earlier. Cesar Hernandez into foul territory. Michael Conforto had stopped and just planted and left, and then realized, wait a minute, that's going to stay in play.
That was a good play there. And not to give Cesar Hernandez a second chance at bat. Steals it from a fan there, and that is your Hyundai defensive play of the game, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers.
We will head to the 8th inning. Dalier Hinojosa will take over on the mound. 7th game for Hinojosa. ERA 2.70. His buddy Hector Neris, 2 2/3, 6 strikeouts tonight. Back to the screen, and it's 0-2. No balls and 2 strikes to Travis d'Arnaud. He's grounded out a couple of times. He walked. It was in the 4th inning. This is low, 1-2.
Can't say enough about the way Hector Neris threw the baseball.
Well, particularly since Jeremy Hellickson went 4 1/3. Oberholzer had a pitch last night, so he was essentially the long man tonight. Back to the screen, but you're right. I guess there are nights where if you're a relief pitcher and you have that sort of trick pitch like he has, the split, when it's working like that, you ride it as long as you can.
Yeah.
Got him. Well, Hinojosa picks up right where Hector Neris left off. And there's one away. Alejandro De Aza's coming up. Let's check in with Greg Murphy. Murph, what's shaking down there, buddy?
Well, it's time for the Major League Notebook time. And according to MLB.com, former Giant ace Tim Lincecum is, quote, ready to go. He is hoping to make a comeback. He has been pitching on his own. He's on a rotation now every 5 days. He's gotten himself up to 70 pitches. And according to the report, they do expect that he's going to have a showcase for any major league team that wants to come and watch in hopes that he can get back into someone's rotation this season. So we'll keep our eyes on that. And how about this? This is a very interesting story. You guys know that the Pirates and Marlins are scheduled to play a 2-game series in Puerto Rico. But reports are saying now that players on both sides are expressing concern about the Zika virus. According to reports, over 400 confirmed cases so far in Puerto Rico. And get this, they are saying that it is estimated that close to 700,000 people in Puerto Rico will be affected by the Zika virus before the year's end. That's 20% of their population.
Wow.
And according to sources, players on both sides, and the Pirates organization and the Marlins organization, are questioning whether it is wise for them to be headed down to Puerto Rico. It is, of course, it is a contagious disease. It can be caught in a numerous different ways. So this is a story we probably have not heard the end of. I'm sure Major League Baseball is going to be taking a close eye at this one, guys.
Boy, you're like Bill Nye the Science Guy,
Yeah,
Murph.
yeah.
Seriously. But, it is a concern for baseball. It was a concern for the Olympics, which will be in Rio this summer.
It's just amazing, though. 400 confirmed cases today.
It is remarkable.
But 700,000 estimated. 20% of their population. That's pretty scary.
I think it was in the fall when they first started talking about it, maybe even earlier than that, about the Zika virus. 1 ball and 1 strike to Curtis Granderson. Granderson has doubled. He's also singled tonight. Well, Ben, the last minute and a half felt like it took a half hour, but the Flyers have hung on and have defeated the Capitals 2-1. Congratulations to them. The series is now 3-1 in favor of Washington. We have the game on in our booth up behind our left shoulders, and seriously, the last minute and a half took forever.
It did.
Apparently a very physical game tonight.
Series has been physical.
2-2 to Granderson. And a strike 3 called. Right out of the inside part of the plate. Phillies relievers are striking guys out. That's 8 strikeouts in the last 3 2/3 for Hector Neris and for Dayer Hinojosa. Well, take a look. Granderson hovers over the plate. He didn't hover enough, though. Carlos Ruiz framed it perfectly as we go to the bottom of the 8th. The Phillies take on the Cincinnati Reds. A bat and ball set free to fans 14 and under. That is a picture of it right there. And then after the game, it's Nemours Kids Run the Bases. All part of the Reds weekend. Order your tickets now by going to Phillies.com. Well, we go to the bottom of the 8th inning. The Phillies and the Mets tied at 4. Maikel Franco is 0 for 3. He struck out twice and flied out. Now he's got Antonio Bastardo, who is into the ball game for the Mets. Be interesting to see how Maikel adjusts in this at bat. Well, I mean, he took some hefty swings against Antonio in game 1. And he said after the game, he said, I know what he's going to throw. He said, I was just trying to do too much. That swing right there looked like the swing from the first night.
Yes, it did. And it was a slider by Bastardo.
There's a fastball that he hits foul. It's 0-2. Maikel is so talented and still evolving as a hitter. Whoa. That one got away from Antonio.
Nice job to protect right there. Tough pitch.
Lined out to center field his last time up. That was against Bartolo Colon. Went the first 6 innings. Will not fare in the decision tonight. Hellickson will not fare for the Phils. First 2 at bats, though, it seemed like Bartolo had Maikel a little off balance with his 2 strikeouts. Popped up again. This one over toward the Phillies dugout and out of play.
Clank.
If you're going to call it and be that assertive, you got to make the catch, particularly if you're going to bring a glove to the game.
You see a glove that big. That man's got the Bassmaster 2000. Got to use two hands, Tom.
That may find itself on the fans' not so top plays of the year. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Franco. He went after a slider in the dirt. And Darno will flip it to first. 3rd time tonight that Michael has struck out. 1 away here in the bottom of the 8th. And here comes Ryan Howard.
It's a tough night for Michael. Some very unorthodox swings by him tonight, which you really hardly ever see. See, he's very frustrated.
So we go down, take a look at it, as most hitters do. Ryan Howard takes outside. Watch that one all the way. It's 1-0.
Yes, he is going through a tough time right now. You just hope that Michael Franco, the young player, doesn't get down on himself too much.
I don't know about you. I can't see it. I mean, I know everybody does, though. Everybody gets down on themselves from time to time. 1 ball, 1 strike.
You just don't want any type of doubt to settle in on him, because he is such a talent.
One ball and 2 strikes. Back-to-back breaking pitches from Bastardo.
Looks like he's got a very good slider tonight.
Always had talent. David Wright is on the right side of the diamond. Neil Walker is right there in shallow right field. Nice hop for Duda on the glove side, and he'll just run it to the bag for the 2nd out. And Carlos Ruiz, who has 2 hits and 3 at bats tonight, will get a chance to hit against Antonio Bastardo. If anybody knows Carlos Ruiz, or everybody knows Antonio Bastardo, it's Carlos Ruiz. One of the things that I thought was always entertaining, there would be times where Bastardo would nibble, particularly his last year or 2 with the Phillies. And he had some great numbers with the Phillies, but the last year or so, it seemed like it was time for him to move on and get a clear slate. Well, when Carlos wanted to send a message to Antonio Bastardo, I don't know if you remember this.
Oh, I do.
He wouldn't go out all the time and talk to him. He would just get the ball and just fire it back to the mound as hard as he could. And that was almost a signal to Bastardo to refocus.
Yes.
Like, let's go.
He'd also do it on times where Antonio would get slider happy.
So this is what I want you to throw.
Yeah.
Here's the 0-1 pitch coming to Carlos. Way upstairs. 1 ball, 1 strike. Back toward the middle and past the diving Cabrera into shallow center field. Carlos takes a big turn around first, so he's there with 2 men down. A 3-hit night for Carlos Ruiz. And now Freddie Galvis, who is homered tonight, he'll get a chance to bat right-handed here against Bastardo. Here is that home run back in the 2nd inning.
Fastball up off Bartolo Colon. Gets it up in the jet stream and drives it on out of here for a 2-run homer. You love to see.
Freddie now with 2 home runs, 6 runs batted in. Phillies with 7 hits here tonight. Conforto was playing deep, but that one hangs up long enough for him to come running in to grab it out of the air. No runs, 1 hit, and 1 man left for the Phils. 8 in the books. We are still tied as we go to the top of the 9th inning. Coming to town Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, the 29th, 30th, and May 1st. May 1st is StubHub Mother's Appreciation Day, a free ladies infinity scarf for women 15 and older. Order your tickets now by going to Phillies.com. Phillies will be on the road for 16 of the next 19 games. The 3 where they're home are those 3 against the Indians. Hinojosa will start the top of the 9th against David Wright. Wright tonight has struck out 3 times. He's 0 for 4. Eight strikeouts tonight for the Phillies pen. 6 by Neris, 2 by Hinojosa. He tried to get Wright to go after that same pitch again. He lays off, and it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. And strike 3 called at the knees. Coming up after the ball game, it's Phillies post game live presented by Cure Auto Insurance. Ricky Vitalco is standing by ready to break this baby down. Also here from Pete Buchanan. Cure Auto Insurance presents Phillies post game live. Here's Michael Conforto. 9 strikeouts tonight for the bullpen. 15 overall.
Look at that graphic before the game and just the combined how many strikeouts there's been between the 2 ball clubs.
Good point. 25 outs that have been recorded. 15 strikeouts for Phillies pitching. And it's a 4-4 game. The Mets still have 12 hits, so the Phillies have missed some bats, but those bats have also hit some baseballs. Entering tonight, the Phillies staff had 147 strikeouts, which was tops in the National League. the next closest teams, and there were 2 of them, including the Mets, were 22 strikeouts behind them. Ryan Howard has it, and Hinojosa is there to cover, 2 outs.
Just filling up these columns, it's nice to just look at strikeouts to walks. Right now we're at 15 strikeouts to 1 walk.
Yeah, even Jeremy Hellickson, who only went 4 1/3, he still struck out 6.
Yeah.
Here's Cespedes, who has not struck out tonight but has homered. Solo shot back in the 5th. Phillies staff has averaged 10 strikeouts per game so far against the Mets. That's including tonight.
But if you're going to be a ball club that live and die by the home run, which they have done this series, you're going to strike out a lot. But that's a lot of punch outs.
Well, I think the fact the Phillies are leading the league with 22 more than the next team, which is the Mets, that's, I mean, I know Velasquez had 16 in 1 game. Eichhoff, Nola. 0-2 pitch to Cespedes, off the hands and out of play. Just don't throw this guy a breaking pitch.
Especially one that's elevated. Breaking balls are okay, but you need to get them in the right location.
Back toward the middle, and Cesar can't get it. It's a base hit. Cespedes is aboard. That's his 2nd hit of the night. And it gives Lucas Duda a chance to bat. Duda is 3 for 4, a double, a single, and a home run.
Tip your cap to Cespedes there. That was a tough pitch. Hinojosa hit his spot. This fastball in by Jeremy Hellickson doesn't get in quite enough. Lucas Duda drives it clear on out of here to right field.
To left field. David Lowe puts it away. No runs, 1 hit, and 1 man left. Hinojosa and Neris have shut down the Mets offense here tonight out of the bullpen. Now to the bottom of the 9th inning. David Lowe will start things off in a 4-4 game.
To the bottom of the ninth, the Phils one last chance to win this one in regulation, and this homestand on a high note. And then tomorrow, a day off for the Phillies and a weekend series as the Phils head to Milwaukee for the series against the Brewers. First game, Aaron Nola will take the ball for the Phils against Zach Davies, both right-handers. That time 8:10 Eastern time. At 7:10 on Saturday, Charlie Morton and Chase Anderson, and a day game 2:10 on Sunday afternoon in Milwaukee. Jared Eichhoff for the Phils, Willie Peralta for the Brew Crew. Guys, this one not over yet.
It's not over, Murph. I think the Phillies hope it's over in about 10 minutes.
That would be okay.
Yeah.
I'd take 30 seconds. David Lowe homer.
Have to come up against a left-hander. But Lowe tonight has 2 hits, a sac fly, hitting a cool 400. In his return to the big leagues. So Bastardo will resume his second inning of relief work. Nobody up in the bullpen for the Mets. It'll be Lowe. Then Andres Blanco's out in the on-deck circle to pinch hit. And it's 0-1. That's a tough pitch. That looked a little high. Esterbrook's had a really good strike zone tonight.
He has.
He seemed a little indecisive on it.
He'd hesitate a bit.
He did, and then called it a strike. So it's 0-2. And Lowe checks his swing. He did not go, says the third base umpire, Ed Hickox. Back toward the box, and Bastardo has it. One man down. So Andres Blanco will pitch hit. Well, the Phillies win over the last week. The only win over the last week came on a walk-off on Sunday against the Washington Nationals. Here they're tied at 4 in the final game of this homestand and this 3-game series. He was anticipating a fastball, and he did get the slider, and it's 0-1. Jenmar Gomez is warming up in the bullpen. This game happens to get to the 10th inning. He will come on to pitch.
Must look like a changeup there by Antonio. It's 85 miles an hour. Didn't look like it had that lateral movement. Terry Collins ever sit down? He's always standing.
Yeah, I don't think he does. Upstairs, 2-2.
Every time we pan into the dugout, he's always standing.
Everybody's got their style, Ben. He's got a little energy in him. Two and two to Blanco. Over to shortstop on one hop. Cabrera's got it, and he throws a one-hopper over to first. 2 outs.
Good instincts there.
Yeah, nice recovery. I wasn't sure if even the hop had enough on it, but he got rid of it quickly.
He did get rid of it quickly. This is just an instinctive play here by Asdrubal. Goes down like a catcher just to block it. Gets Andre some plenty of time.
Well, that really worked out well. The fact that he threw it and hit the grass instead of the dirt, I don't know if he intended to do it that way.
I don't know if he's that good, but that was a very instinctive play.
Borges has an RBI single tonight. That was in his last at bat. Ball took a bounce, I believe, into the press box.
Come on, Peter, leave him standing.
No balls and 2 strikes. Borges fouls these last 2 pitches back. It's a 26 pitch outing for Antonio Bastardo. Last year spent the season with the Pittsburgh Pirates. Was a helpful piece out of their bullpen. Now in his first year with the Mets. It's 0-2 to Peter Borges. Swing and a miss. Got him with a slider. Darno says it didn't hit the dirt, so it's a clean strikeout, and the Phillies go down in order. So we've got extra innings upon us. We'll head to the 10th. All even at 4. Jedmar Gomez will take over. Time now for our WB Mason deliveries of the game. We will begin in the 5th inning. Cespedes.
Cespedes with a drive to left. We've seen quite a few of these this 3-game series against these Mets. And then Lucas Duda to right field. They've been seeing it well. And then in the 7th, Peter Borges. Nice clean single to right field to score David Lowe, who had a hustling double of his own. And they are your WB Mason deliveries of the game.
Last season's records in extra innings: the Mets 9-6, the Phillies 6-9. Phillies have won the 1 extra inning game this year. That was the other day against the Nationals. The Mets have not played an extra inning game until now. Jedmar Gomez will come on to face Neil Walker. Walker tonight is 4 for 4. His average has gone from 245 to 298. So he's raised it more than 50 points. Fastball outside, 1-0.
You really should have the same mindset every time you go to the plate. But it's just human nature to feel so much more relaxed when you look up at the scoreboard, you're 4 for 4.
That one's floated out toward right center field. Borges coming on quickly, and he makes the catch. Boy, it's nice to have that speed. One out here in the 10th inning.
Walker gets it off the end of the bat. But you're right, Tom. Closing speed, that was it.
Watch the whole thing unfold. Look where he is.
He was just about on the warning track. He gets there easily.
Phillies have the no doubles defense, particularly in center field and in right field. Lowe is maybe a couple steps back in left. Now he backs up a little bit more for Cabrera. To left field. And Lowe only has to go back a step or two. 2 outs. Well, just 3 pitches for Genmar Gomez. And now Travis d'Arnaud. d'Arnaud is 1 hit in 4 at bats. He doubled in the 4th inning. He's grounded out a couple times. He has struck out.
The Phillies are left with Manny Burris, Tyler Goodell on the bench, and Cameron Rupp.
Fortunately, the top of the order is due up. So the pitcher's spot is not until the number 8 spot. And if Gomez can get through this 10th inning, if we happen to go 11, he should be okay to continue. 2-0 pitch coming. And now 3-0. It's a pretty good hold by d'Arnaud.
A lot of respect for Travis d'Arnaud. 2-0 slider. Threw it 2-0, threw it 3-1.
Three balls, 2 strikes. d'Arnaud is set the pitch. A liner down the left field line, and that's going to be in for an extra base hit. It's going to go to the wall, and d'Arnaud is on his way to second with his 2nd double of the night. So the Mets have the go-ahead run in scoring position, and Wilmer Flores will be the pinch hitter.
Genmar tries to outsmart Travis d'Arnaud there. Tries to backdoor the sinker, and it runs right back. Just inside corner there. d'Arnaud gets his bat head out and laces down the left field line. So the potential game-winning run is at second base.
Mets are 2 for 11 with runners in scoring position. Flores on the season is 1 for 16. His average under 100. First pitch is delivered outside, 1-0.
Pitch.
Broke his bat. A looper out towards second. Galvis will field it on one hop with a bare hand and throw on the run in time to get Wilmer Flores. Great reactions from Freddie Galvis to make sure that the out was recorded. Well, the other night we saw David Wright do this with the bare hand. This is not an easy play. Look at the ball spinning, and Freddie realizes it, gets his fingertips on it, and is able to make the clean throw over to first base. One more look at it. Off the lip of the grass and a strike over to first. We'll head to the bottom of the 10th, all tied up at 4. The play he just made. You know, we talk about his 17 errors a season ago and how it was the routine plays a lot of times that would give him a problem. The throws and the balls right at him. This is not routine right here.
Just a lob wedge over Jamar Gomez. That ball takes just a weird bounce, and the fact that the grass is wet. He has every intention of fielding this with his glove. And he just doesn't have to. He just uses bare hand and fires a strike over to the big piece.
So we go to the bottom of the 10th inning, and Freddie will sit and watch, at least for the moment. Kind of explaining everything to Andres Blanco. Jim Henderson will take over on the mound. Henderson 0-1, an ERA of 1.69. And he will face Cesar Hernandez. Now let me go back to that. He'll face Odubel Herrera, Cesar Hernandez, and Maikel Franco. As we begin the bottom of the 10th inning, the final game of this homestand. Phillies trying to finish up the homestand with a 5-5 record. Took 3 of 4 from the Padres, lost 2 of 3 to the Nationals, and have lost the first 2 games of this series to the Mets. Odubel is 0 for 3, walked his last time up, and he takes a strike. It's 0-1. Jim Henderson, the hard-throwing right-hander, the former closer for the Milwaukee Brewers, had some shoulder problems, which kept him out of Major League Baseball for a little more than a year. 0-2. Odubel swings tonight. He keeps losing one hand off that bat when he's taking his swings.
Looks like he's just not picking the ball up this evening.
That one is served out to left center field. Cespedes and Conforto will not get it, so Odubel's aboard. A leadoff single here in the 10th inning. One happy camper that he got that single. That's the first hit for the first 4 batters for the Phillies in tonight's ball game. They've got a couple walks, but they hadn't managed a whole lot offensively. Cesar Hernandez most likely up there to sacrifice him up to second base. And would you think that at this point, Ben? Bottom of the 10th inning?
100%.
Excellent bunter, or normally an excellent bunter. David Wright is in on the grass at third. You've got decent speed at first. Just get it on the ground. A couple sacrifices already for Cesar.
Cesar did flinch. A lot of times you'll get that sign from the skipper to throw to first just to see if the hitter will give away his hand.
He bunted at it, and it's a foul tip on the bunt, and it's 0-1. And he bunts it in front of the plate, and it rolls foul. Oh, and 2.
Tries to deaden it, but a pitch outside corner. It looks like he was trying to bring that ball towards first base. David Wright still well onto the grass at third base. Still anticipating the bunt.
He jabbed at it and bunts it into a strikeout. Boy, there are times where he really lays down some beauties. There are other times where he is unable to get that job done. One away, and here is Maikel Franco.
Almost like he feels more comfortable doing it as for a hit than he does just squaring around.
I tend to agree with you on that. It is odd. So now Franco, who is 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts. Outfield is deep. Odubel leads off first.
I don't want to overstate the obvious, but when you are a ball club that has had a tough time scoring runs, you have to get bunts down like that. You have to.
Small margins. Eight hits tonight for the Phillies. In 16 games, they have 108 hits overall. They'd love to get 109 and make it a big one right here. No balls and 1 strike to Franco. Infield a double play depth. And Odubel is back. He doesn't have a huge lead, and he's got good reactions. He was frozen a little bit, but he was able to overcome that.
Henderson is a big guy, but he's not terribly slow to home plate.
And he's got some good velocity, too.
Yes, he does.
And the ball's 1 strike to Franco. Outside, 1-1. Ryan Howard waits on deck. Keeping him close over at first. Not a huge lead for Odubel.
These swings that he's taking, it's almost like he's not trusting himself to go to right field. If I hit a ball like he did last night to center field, unfortunately it was caught, but I trust myself knowing I don't have to pull it all the time.
Odubel creeps off, and the 1-2 in the air to left center field. Going back on it is Conforto. It's going to stay in the yard. He's under it, makes the catch. Herrera's tagging to draw the throw. And there are 2 outs here in the 10th inning, and that'll bring Ryan Howard to the plate. He got a pretty good pitch to hit there. Just got it down on the label a little bit.
A little bit. Towards the bottom of the ball. You're right, just in enough. He knew he didn't have enough. But that swing was quicker. Not as hard, but quicker.
So 2 outs here in the bottom of the 10th inning. Ryan Howard tonight has walked once, but he's also grounded out a couple times and struck out. Again, not a big lead for Odubel over at first base.
I'm glad Odubel didn't risk tagging up that play either. Conforto came up firing. It was a good throw into second base.
I still like the fact that he went back and tagged and put the whole thing in motion. Henderson just varied the way he came to the plate. He had been waiting and waiting and waiting in previous pitches with Odubel at first. That time he didn't wait that long. And it's 1 ball and 1 strike to Howard.
Throws off the rhythm of the base runner and also Ryan Howard. As a hitter, you get accustomed to a pitcher doing something a certain way, and they change that up. It throws off your timing.
1-1. 1-2. Poke that one over the screen. Howard with 361 home runs, including 4 this season. Came into this game with 4 homers and 8 runs batted in. Phillies began the inning with a leadoff single from Odubel Herrera, but he's still over at first base. 1 ball, 2 strikes. There goes Odubel. Pitches a strike 3 call. Threw him a breaking pitch, and the side is retired. No runs, 1 hit, and 1 man left. We'll go to the 11th inning here in Philadelphia, tied up at 4. 14 hits and no errors for the Mets. 4-8-0 for the Phils. And Jedmar Gomez will go back out and pitch another inning for the Phillies after pitching a scoreless 10th. He will face the top of the order, Curtis Granderson, David Wright, Michael Conforto for New York. Both teams have an off day tomorrow. Mets will head to Atlanta. The Phillies will, at some point tomorrow, head to Milwaukee, take on the Brewers this weekend. Granderson doubled his first time up, singled in the 6th inning. He's also been hit by a pitch tonight. Overshift is on. And the pitch is upstairs, 1-0. And the Mets bullpen, they've got Robles warming up and Jeurys Familia, the closer. On the Toyota Major League scoreboard, a little extra inning baseball in Atlanta. Dodgers and the Braves tied at 3. Chase Utley has a couple hits and a stolen base in that game for the Dodgers. Inside.
Bottom of the 10th was an awful long half inning for just one hit. Seemed like that took forever.
It did.
I know there were a lot of throwovers. The first from Henderson.
I was going to say that I think that's really what extended it. It's unfortunate, you know, the Phillies got the leadoff single, trying to play a little textbook baseball, could not get the bunt down. Outside, ball 4. So Granderson draws a leadoff walk. David Wright has struck out 4 times tonight. He's 0 for 5. He's lined out to left field in his other at bat. Last time he struck out 4 times in a game was in 2014. Interesting, you know, what they would do in this spot. Because we saw Hernandez, the 2-hole hitter for the Phillies, square and try to sacrifice. I don't see David Wright as a candidate to sacrifice here, but they've got to get Granderson into scoring position in some way, shape, or form. Franco doesn't think so. He's behind the bag at 3rd, and he is not squaring. I don't think that's a surprise. I mean, certain guys just aren't accustomed to doing it. It's a guy who has. He's one of their run producers, even though he's in the 2-hole.
He's also a guy that can hit behind a runner very well.
That's a good point.
And Jedmar does have that really good sinker and hopefully can get a ball on the ground here. David Wright very accustomed to going to right field.
David Wright has never had a sacrifice bunt in his major league career. 1 ball, no strikes. Inside, 2-0. I guess what I'm saying is that, you know, every lineup has different personalities when it comes to this point in the game. I mean, you have a number 2 hitter for the Phillies who was up there to sacrifice. The number 2 hitter for the Mets. It's not going to happen. Out to center field. Odubel Herrera looking for the fence. He has room. Granderson will tag. He got back to the bag late. The throw to second base is not in time. That's a good decision by Granderson. So Wright flies out to the track in center, but he gets the go-ahead run into scoring position for the 2nd consecutive inning for the Mets. Boy, he hit that ball a long way.
He sure did. Smart base running here by Curtis Granderson. He looks at it, takes a look where Odubel is, and said, you know what? I have enough time to get back.
Almost cost him that he put his foot right in the middle of the first base bag, because on a cool night he could have slipped out from under it. Conforto takes strike one. It's 0-1. Conforto tonight has walked and then grounded out twice and struck out twice. Oh, and 2, same pitch. Ruiz makes sure that Granderson stays at second base. Boy, he almost got him anxious enough that he was going to go after it. Tapper foul.
Change up there by Genmar.
Inside, 3-2. Cespedes is on deck. Genmar trying to send this game to the bottom of the 11th inning. It'll be Ruiz, Galvis, and Lowe. Those are the scheduled hitters for the Phils. Anderson off second base, and another chopper foul. Granderson began the inning with a walk, went to second base on the fly out to the track by David Wright. He represents the go-ahead run. Three-two pitch on the inside corner. Beautiful pitch by Genmar Gomez. He runs it back on the black, 2 away. That has been a strike all night long.
Yes, it has. Conforto not happy with it, but it's a good pitch.
10 strikeouts for the bullpen. Carlos, one more. Cespedes has 2 hits tonight, including a home run. He hit into a double play in his first at bat. That's in there, 0-1. Genmar does not have the flamboyance of of a normal closer. Not that this is a safe situation, but he is the Phillies closer. Right? He's just steady as they go.
It's the demeanor of a lot of the Phillies pitchers.
This will be the 30th pitch. He's had a little trouble with the command. 15 balls, 15 strikes in this inning, or in this outing, I should say. Pete Buchanan watched Hector Neris go 2 2/3, strike out 6, and then Dahlia Hinojosa went 2 innings, and he struck out 3. And now 1 strikeout here for Genmar Gomez. Pretty good shot in the arm for Bob McClure's troops. One ball, 2 strikes.
Make sure everybody's on the same page.
Swing and a miss. He got him. 11 strikeouts for the Phillies bullpen tonight. Genmar Gomez gets the last 2. 1 looking, 1 swinging. Conforto first, Cespedes second. On to the bottom of the 11th inning. It's the Phillies 4 and the Mets 4. Let's see if the Phils can win it as we go to the home 11th.
I'll take over time.
Four ball game as we go to the bottom of the 11th inning. Phillies bullpen has been outstanding tonight. You can kind of say the same thing about the Mets bullpen. They've allowed just 1 run in relief of Bartolo Colon. All right, we got a double switch going on for the Mets. Juan Lagares comes on to play center field. Cespedes goes from center to left field. And Hansel Robles will be the new pitcher for the Mets. This will be his 8th game. An ERA of 1.35. Genmar Gomez, 2 scoreless innings out of the pen for a Phillies bullpen that is just racking up the strikeouts. Here's Carlos Ruiz, who has a 3-hit night going. David Hernandez is warming up in the bullpen. So here's Carlos against Robles. First pitch inside, 1 ball, no strikes. It'll be Carlos, Freddie Galvis, David Lowe, and then the pitcher's spot. Fly ball right center field. Granderson says he has it.
It's all you, baby. Let's go.
And one away.
End this shit.
Freddie Galvis has a 2-run home run tonight. That was back in the second inning that tied the game up at 2. Freddie, who like his double play partner Cesar Hernandez from Venezuela, both knew each other growing up. I thought it was interesting. I read the other day where Freddie's father, Fred Sr., was also a baseball player while he was growing up in Venezuela and was on the cusp of signing a professional contract with a Venezuelan team. He was a middle infielder like Freddie, as that one is popped foul off the third base line. And it's 1 ball 1 strike. Freddie's father had to put aside his aspirations of being a professional baseball player because he had a knee injury that he sustained while covering the second base bag. A base runner came in hard and blew out his knee. 1 ball and 1 strike to Galvis. And he fouls it again. It's 1-2.
2 good swings there by Freddie. Two very good swings. Unfortunately, he's in the hole 1-2.
Two balls, 2 strikes. Inside, 3-2.
There's something in the gap here.
Something over the wall here.
Don't threaten me with a good time.
David Lowe is on deck. That's a bullet out to right field. It's going to go to the scoreboard. It just dies, which enables Galvis to get to second base sliding. 4th double of the year for Freddie. That was a good swing. And you mentioned he had some good swings in that at bat that he fouled off. Now that was a good swing right there.
Doubles? What no doubles? That's just called getting the bat head out.
Little toe tap.
Little toe tap. Gets up against that chain link fence out there, and you're right, Tom. It just deadens. It dies off that fence.
So they're going to walk David Lowe intentionally here, with Emmanuel Burris out in the on-deck circle to pinch hit. Burris, Goodell, and Rupp are what the Phillies have left. Cameron's got a sweatshirt on. They don't generally use the backup catcher. So the double play will be in order for the Mets by walking Lowe. Not a huge surprise that they're walking Lowe. He's had some good swings tonight. And they get somebody who's cold off the bench in Emmanuel Burris. Burris has just 1 hit. Dan Warthen will head out to the mound, give him a little scouting report, give Robles a little scouting report.
What's amazing is we're in the 11th inning, and the Phillies haven't had one double switch yet. Very rare for extra inning games not to have a double switch.
Yeah, the Mets just pulled off their first one with Lagares coming in. Particularly since they went to the bullpen early.
Yes.
I think a lot of it, you look at what Neris did tonight, it was just huge in the middle of this game. So the winning run is at second base, one man down, Emmanuel Burris, 1 for 13 so far this season. The one is an extra base hit. It was a triple. The Mets will shorten up their outfield. They have good arms all the way around. The runners lead off. Off the glove of d'Arnaud. Going to third is Galvis. Up to second is Lowe. And now the winning run is 90 feet away.
Ball just gets by d'Arnaud. Literally, that ball was by him. He didn't get crossed up. He just clanked it.
So 1-0 the count.
Probably walk Burris here.
I would think so. And Borges is on deck. And that's what they're going to do.
Yeah.
We have not gotten the official scoring on whether that's a wild pitch or a pass ball. They kept on running, but it was a catchable ball by the catcher.
I always side with the catchers, but I'm not going to side with them on this.
To Emmanuel Burris. Borges, who has an RBI, tied the game back in the 7th inning, is in the on-deck circle. Phillies, by the way, have 9 hits. This is an extra inning game. They have not had a game this year where they've gotten double digits in hits. And now they're going to pitch to Burris with the count 2-0. And the infield in. And the pitch. It's 2-1. It's kind of odd, isn't it?
Kind of.
Well, everybody has the right to change their mind. They have scored that a wild pitch, by the way, to allow Galvis to go to third and Lowe to second. The infield is in. Galvis inches off third. It's 2-1 to Burris. He squeezes and the ball is bunted foul. I don't even think Burris really squared at all. He just put the bat head out.
Didn't want to give it away. But that's why the ball went straight down, because he didn't get the bat head out.
That was just a tough pitch.
Yeah.
It hit his bat twice. That's just a tough pitch. Galvis got a good jump. It's not a bad idea. I like it.
Yeah.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Burris trying to make some contact here with the infield in. The outfield is in as well. He asked for time. The 2-2 pitch. Fly ball. Shallow left center field. Cespedes is under it. It's not deep enough to score the run. The throw comes in, though. Cut off by Wright. And there are 2 outs. And it's left to Peter Borges. I should say Lagares came running in. Lagares has to be careful there, too. He let that ball fly, and it was starting to sail away if Wright wasn't deep as the cutoff man. Borges 1 for 4 with the RBI single that tied the game in the 7th inning. And now the infield settles back except for Wright over at third. A high fly ball, foul territory, third base side. Right is over. He has room and he can't get it. It's off the side and it pops into the crowd. And it's no balls and 1 strike.
He gets over there. The ball just carries a little bit farther than he thought it was going to.
It carries back. Yeah, you're right.
A ball that I'm sure if you asked David Wright about, he said, yeah, I should have caught it. Make it hurt, Peter.
Borges is average at $174. Robles is set. Runners lead off. 0-2. A double by Galvis. An intentional walk and then a wild pitch put runners on second and third with 1 out. Burris flied out and now it's Borges with the count 0-2. Ground ball toward third. Backhanded by Wright. Throws off balance to first. And in time! The Phillies win it on an infield single by Peter Borges. It scores Freddie Galvis. And for the second time on this homestand, the Phils win in extra innings. Tonight they do it by a final score of 5-4. And thank goodness for a little speed.
Make it hurt, Peter. Leave him standing. Nicely done.
Peter Borges with 2 RBIs in tonight's ball game. He tied it at 4. He wins it in the 11th with an infield hit down the third base line. And he made him pay because he had the pop-up into foul territory down the third base line that Wright couldn't handle, and this turned out to be the game winner.
Gets out in front and hooks it just a bit. David Wright does everything he can do.
He really did.
Peter Borges outran the throw.
And by the way, for the first time this year, in game number 16, the Phillies have reached double digits in hits. And that was number 10 right there as Galvis celebrates crossing the plate. The Phillies finish this homestand with a 5-5 record. Peter Borges downstairs with Murph. Murph?
All right, thank you very much, Tom. And, well, you know, sometimes you get a little new life and you're able to do what you just be able to do. When the ball fell behind David Wright, what's your mindset as you get a second chance?
You know, just try to put something in play, and, you know, fortunately I got down to 2 strikes, and I was able to put something in play and use my speed, and, you know, the guys for us did a great job getting on base.
You know, coming out of the box, obviously you got out of the box quickly, and you know how good your speed is. When did you get a feeling that you were going to be able to cross that bag before David was going to be able to do anything?
Not until I hit it. Oh, man, it's cold. Yeah, not until I got there. You know, you just never know. He's such a good third baseman, and you just try to run hard all the way through the bag because you never know what he's going to be able to pull out.
Talk about how this team battled tonight, and we've seen that a couple times on this homestand. You know, you start to sense a personality with this team, able to stay with these guys and battle and get the win.
Yeah, absolutely. Our pitching's been unbelievable all year for us, and, you know, the offense just keeps grinding out, and we're going to get there. You know, this team's going to score more runs, and, you know, I think as the year goes on, guys will get more comfortable in the roles, and this team's going to get more comfortable and getting kind of gel as an offense, and, you know, it's going to be a fun year, and especially with the pitching that we have.
It was a fun night indeed. Congratulations on the win, guys. We'll send it back upstairs.
All right, Murph, we appreciate that. Peter Borges tied it and then gave the Phils the victory. He scores Freddie Galvis, who had doubled and got a third on a wild pitch. A 5-4 final score. The Phils take game 3. We'll be back to Citizens Bank Park to wrap things up right after this.